This conference will now be recorded.
Doug, if you want to go ahead and open the public hearing, we have all the board members present.
Okay, great. Okay, welcome everyone. I want to call to order public hearing June 1, 2020 of the Hastings on Hudson Union Free School District Board of Education. And the public hearing is for the purpose of the 2020-2021 school budget.
Do we have any members? Right. Do we have any members of the public that would like to comment, or on the board, would you like to comment? Or are there any questions regarding the upcoming school budget that the public will be voting on June 9th?
I think if your name is Ben Wan, I think you're.
No, it's Tony. I don't know how my son's name got there. I guess he's got to go to a meeting.
Okay. Are you able to just? Are you making a comment, or do you want to mute, or?
No, I guess I'm mute.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
You want to give it a couple more minutes, Doug? A few more people are jumping on.
So do we just hop in there, or hi, I'm
Sure.
Debbie Jones. Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to all of your tireless efforts. I know that this group here has just been relentlessly working in a very, very difficult situation. And as someone who's only been part of the district for a couple of years, my oldest son is finishing first grade. I'm only beginning to understand all the efforts, and given what's going on, I just want to say thank you. One question I had that I just want to better understand is, it's not lost on me why we need so many cuts. And I think the FAQ that went out did a nice job of summarizing those. So thank you for that. Could somebody help me understand what are the areas in which the budget is recommending an increase in costs and where they may be discretionary or not discretionary?
Doug, would you like me to answer that?
Please, Maureen.
Okay. Yeah, so thank you for the question. So some of our costs, they're not necessarily discretionary because they're tied to collective bargaining agreements or costs such as an example is our health insurance. So our health insurance provider that covers all of our employees each year, there's an incremental increase that goes along with that particular plan, which is actually specified in the contracts to be the plan that we participate in. So some costs like that would be one area of the budget which was increasing the cost year over year. And again, some of what we see in the budget now, because we are proposing reductions, you're going to see now is net costs. Another area in which, and again, that's not discretionary as it's like an outlying benefit, and it's an increase by the provider of that insurance. Another area that was driving some incremental increase in our budget was also our costs for our employees' retirement system benefits. And again, that is dictated, they're maintained by the state of New York, and the cost each year we're given the percentage in which we must pay as are all districts across the state. And that was an area in which we were seeing an increase. Our collective bargaining agreements for our unions that have settled contracts, in there's in the education world, there's different things that drive increases in salary, some of which are driven by years of experience, and it's considered a step increase, which is basically a salary schedule that under the New York state law, it's called the Tri-Borough Agreement, that we have to honor that each year. And we do actually have settled a collective bargaining agreement. So whatever incremental increases were due to our staff that are covered under one of those, that was also part of what was driving our increase in the budget. And then there's other areas, whether it be some increases in our transportation costs or other contractual expenses that we're required to pay. And then there are some, there wasn't, I mean, I guess to answer your question, the majority of the increases were being pushed by not discretionary costs, but by mandated costs. So there, any area in which we had control over and things that we could reduce, we did. But there were, you know, the majority of items in our budget of, you know, at least 95% of the items, if not even possibly higher, are really driven by what I would say are like required costs. And a lot of it is also driven by individual student needs. So that's kind of how our budget shakes out. But in a budget, each year we look at the budget from like a zero-based budgeting practice in which each expenditure is driven on need. So that was kind of a long answer, but I
No,
wanted to
that's-
break down why.
And I knew
Because
it
they're
wouldn't be
driven.
simple, so I really appreciate that detail. That's absolutely how my mind works, so that's super helpful, and I really appreciate you taking the time to explain that. Another question I had, and I'm not going to go on forever, I promise, but this is probably just a product of me being new to the district, but I think I'm gathering that in terms of raising property taxes, there is like a cap that we are only allowed to raise by a certain amount each year. At least, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm trying to understand it. Are we recommending raising taxes as much as possible, or would there still be room to raise taxes even more?
Yes, so the property tax cap was put into place. Now I feel like we've been under it for such a long time. I think it's been in place for at least 7 or 8 years, and we currently are below it. Our allowable rate increase, we're below it by about $50,000 or so. Again, the board has already adopted the budget, and that reflects that rate. And this being they've already adopted the budget and we've sent out the ballots, that is where that tax levy stands. And again, you are technically you may exceed it, but in order to do so, and obviously without looking to that this year, but to your question, if a district determines they need to do that, they would be required to have what is called a supermajority vote for their budget, which means that they would have to pass their budget by a greater approval over 60%. So for the most part, you know, there's a point in time, you know, some districts may and different districts at different times have felt the need to exceed the state property tax cap. And again, to do so, you don't just need a majority, you need what's called a supermajority, and that's challenging to do that, especially in the year. So that would not be something anyone would probably do this year anyway, you know, in light of everything.
Got it. No, that's very helpful. Thanks again, guys.
You're welcome.
Do we have
Hi,
anybody else?
can you hear me? It's Lisa Eggert-Litton.
Yes, go ahead, Lisa.
Okay, thank you. I have a few comments and a question. The first comment is about disenfranchisement. Last week, I notified the district that my family hadn't received our absentee ballots. I then learned that others on Villard, Euclid, James, Mount Hope, Belinda, also other districts where this has happened, there was robust communications from those schools to make sure everybody got their ballot. But in Hastings, we haven't had a district communication on this, meaning that who knows how many people don't even know that if they haven't gotten a ballot, that there's an error and they won't get one unless they affirmatively contact the school. So I asked that first thing tomorrow, the board email the school and village community about this, even though it may well be too late at this point to ensure that they get a ballot and get it back to you all by June 9th. Second comment, this is the most concerning budget I've seen in my 16 years of living here. I know you all tried hard, but you are cutting what parents have fought for over the years, a math specialist to create great multi-level math programs, full inclusion for Regents Earth Science with AIS support, which is critical, cutting edge science classes, high level APs, and they're all being cut. Class sizes are growing at every school, cutting 14 staff positions, 14. This is unheard of in Hastings. The board stated that its philosophy was share the pain. That's new too. In all my years here, the philosophy was the opposite. It was to keep the cuts far away from the student and the classroom. But now the cuts go to the kids. I ask that you abandon your new philosophy after this budget round. It's not right. More cuts should have been made away from the kids, not from their academic teachers or even from their low-cost clubs. Our schools will not recover quickly from a hit like this. I'd say it's going to be at least a decade to restore the lost teaching and advisory positions. And I have deep concerns for our children's education and for our property values. Third comment, and this relates to what the first person asked. The board has yet to give a summary of what it's added and cut from the budget, which has frustrated many of us. You directed us instead to review many hours of video and lots of PowerPoint decks. And I and a few others actually did this. We emailed the board with our listing of cuts and increases and we asked, we put this together from your many hours of stuff, and we asked if you could confirm if it was accurate. That was 7 days ago. We're supposed to be voting, and you still haven't given us confirmation. We pointed out an error in your FAQs about how much theater is being cut. Looks like it's being cut a whole lot more than what your FAQ says. You said you'd get back to us today, and you haven't done that. So what I'd like to know is what's in this budget, in particular what you are increasing, just as the other person asked. But I have to ask you, some of the answers you gave don't vibe with the budget. So, for example, well, we understand that the 14 positions you're cutting must save at least $1 million, but yet there's still an overall budget hike. So you put in at least $1 million of increases, and we don't know what they are. I know you mentioned contractual, but when you look at the salary lines for teachers K through 6 and 7 through 12, and you add them up, it's decreasing. I mean, the individual people are getting more, but you've cut 14 staff, so that's going down. The principals, that's going down too with the retirement of Ms. Kipper, who was out here for over 20 years. So it's not from there. It's probably related to COVID in part. And then the other things I heard you say were health insurance, retirement benefits. Do those add up to over $1 million? And then the other thing you said, but I don't understand what this means, is individual student needs. So I guess I have to come back to the question, what are the costs that are over $1 million, that are offsetting $1 million of savings? Is it just the retirement and the health insurance? And then, like I said, maybe you can explain what you meant by individual student needs. I'm just trying to understand, because I need to cast a vote and I don't know what's in this budget. Thank you.
Sure. So obviously at this point, the budget, most of what, you're seeing a line item budget, when we roll over our budget initially, just to kind of give you a sense of what, when you just the teaching lines alone, the incremental step increases with the contractual increases due this year was about 800,000 or so, 700 to 800,000. That's where our starting point was. So first, when you roll over all the staff, and then those increases. So right now, what is represented in the budget, but when you look at what it was driving the budget, and I think that was more the question, because our current budget over budget's going up about 300,000. The majority of the tax levy is being driven by now loss of revenue, and we made the reductions on the expenditure side to help offset that also. So it was being when we talk about the initial budget drivers, I'm looking at what those incremental costs were that were increasing our budget. And then, of course, to your point, the reductions in what is showing in the budget now, we're seeing what the net increases are what is now still kind of making up for that 300,000. And then in terms of individual student needs, what I was speaking about there is as an example in our special education portion of the budget, there are some increases there in some tuition-related services and line items such as that. And again, that would be driven by an individual or students that need, that there's an increase of need there. So the majority of the levy increase, the $1.3 million, 300 or so, of course, if we look at the budget to budget increases being driven by that increase in expenses, which again is now at a net number. So I know it has been a lot of moving parts because we started off at one place, and much of the reductions that we've made really since mid-March were driven on a loss in income based upon what we were hearing, what everyone's been hearing from the state, and that was really to make up for a 20% reduction in one of our outside of our property taxes, the second largest revenue in our budget, which is our state aid number. So in taking that reduction, which the net now is showing a 15% reduction over last year, but in terms of what we were scheduled to get, it's about $1 million reduction for us. And then also coupled with the fact of having decreased interest revenue on our monies because of the fact that the Fed cut the rate down to zero, right, to kind of help with the economy, and then also sales tax, our portion of the county sales tax revenue. So, which driving the levy increase is really, I would say, a decrease in the revenue sources, and then the other reductions were like a combination of that, right? Because we only had a certain amount that we could levy under the tax cap, and we had to make the reductions on our expenditure side, and also, to kind of balance that budget. So it's now looking at the budget, it's a lot of moving parts, but I know that's kind of a long-winded answer, but that's kind of how there were increases there, and that's what, like, why we had.
Maureen, I hear what you're saying, but I think what the community needs is to unnet this so we can understand what's going on. Like I said, it's kind of shocking to see 14 positions eliminated.
There have been increases that we, would not maybe.
You still have an overall increase in the budget. I'm understanding you. There are steps that go up in the teachers, but again, if we look last year to this year, it's still going down. So the main drivers then are health insurance, retirement benefits, and individual student needs, which you were saying relates to tuition and other costs relating to special education. Is that correct? And the loss of revenue. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thank you so much, Maureen.
Yeah, that's, I would say, the main drivers, but I'm sorry. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Maureen.
There were
Your phone was cutting off a bit there.
There were a couple points raised there. I just want to make sure get addressed. One was the idea around disenfranchisement and people getting ballots. Janine, do you want to just talk a little bit to the process? I believe Lisa Litfin just noted that the people haven't been notified. I believe in all of our blasts that have gone out, we have said that if you don't have a ballot, please contact Janine by phone or email as well. Do you want to just explain that 114 people didn't receive ballots in Lisa's neighborhood, what happens and what you've done to rectify that?
And Doug, I did just want to add that I think people are still thinking they're coming. I think that's the problem. People think, oh, I haven't gotten mine yet. They know that they're supposed to come, but they don't know that if they haven't arrived yet, there's a problem. And I do want to thank Janine. Janine, you have been so amazing and so responsive. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll talk to the process to everybody. So because this was a vote by absentee ballot only, we were sent voter rolls from the county of Westchester. And we sent out just under 7,000 ballots to every registered voter in Hastings. And those ballots went out on May 22nd. Subsequently, the following week, Lisa, you called me to say that your family did not get a ballot, which I was quite surprised at because I know you're an active voter. And then another person on Villard also called me. And then I looked at the voter rolls and I was like, I did not see your family nor this other family's name on it. So I called the county of Westchester and I said, I don't see their names on the voter rolls. Frank Corvino, who's in charge of the voter rolls at the county, told me coincidentally how far-fetched it seems that on the same day he sent me the voter rolls, the avenue of Villard was being redistricted upper and lower into two different voting districts in Hastings. And they did not re-include Villard in the voter rolls that they sent me. So they then sent me the voter rolls, and on Friday, this past Friday, every 114 registered voters on Villard were mailed ballots. And I've been responding to everyone who's inquired over the weekend exactly what happened. As to if I received maybe 5 requests so far for people who didn't get a ballot or misplaced their ballot in addition to the Villard people, that's really it at this point. We did send out a newsletter that people should have now also saying if they didn't get a ballot to contact me, but in pretty much all the board communications, and we asked the village to send it out also, to make people really aware that this was by absentee ballot only. And I do have to thank you, Lisa, for contacting me because, we would not have known that Villard was not on those voter rolls had you not called me. And I was like, okay, what's going on here? So still, if somebody has not received a ballot, they can pick it up at the high school. If we need to deliver it to them, we will deliver it to them if they're not getting it in time. But they should really just reach out to me and we'll make sure. But in every,
I think an email, people
we
don't
have
know. I think an email, you've been sending so many emails on everything except this, an email tomorrow directed exactly this. Also, please note, the 2 people I know who live in the apartments at Olinda and Broadway have not gotten them. That whole building may be off. And James Street and Mount Hope, problematic as well.
Well, I will check with the County of Westchester. As I said, I called them. That's where I got the voter rolls from. So they said that was the only street that was left off when they sent it to me. So I'll double check with them and we'll send out another e-blast tomorrow morning, making sure people know to contact me.
Thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome.
So there was one other point that was raised. We just talked about some of the additions and then Lisa went through just a kind of a broad section of cuts. Just to clarify for anyone listening, a detailed list of cuts was sent out in an FAQ, reductions on Friday. As well, what we included in that was a table that shared the reasons that the board discussed over the past 2 months along with the administrators in considering those reductions. So I just wanted to clarify that has been shared with the public.
That again? Doug?
Yep.
Are you looking for a response to your statement or are we just waiting to see if somebody else has a comment?
No, that was just a statement. We're just waiting to see if someone else has any comments. Yeah.
Yeah, hi. This is Ted Mason, 26 Circle Drive. I'd like to, you always provide budget to budget comparisons and voters have to make a decision on that. There's never a budget compared to last year's actual. What was last year's actual? What would be a comparable number to the 51,660,000 that you're proposing as the budget?
Sure. Hi, Ted. How are you?
Hi, Maureen.
Ted was
How
a
are
long
you?
time member of our Citizens Budget Advisory Committee, one of the founding and longtime members. So Ted, there were a couple of things. This year was a little bit unusual, so I'll start with just I'll give you the kind of where we estimate our actuals to be, and then I just want to also add some additional information on that. So this year, with the school closure, the one piece about being closed from March actually saved the district quite a bit of money. So when we look at our actuals for this year, I want to say there's about $1 million or so that we've identified roughly of savings in our actual budget, in our 1920 budget, that had we been in session, we would not have, we would have spent more, for lack of better words. So when I mention the actuals, we have to remember that about $1 million or so of the actual, we were lower in our actual expenditures because of that. So we're going to end up is around like close to maybe 49 million or so, a little bit short of that. So our actual expenditures are about 2 million, maybe 3 or 4 million under the actual. And like I had mentioned, but let's take that $1 million and the driver of that mostly was we didn't have a spring sports season. We didn't have many of our co-curricular events and our end of year events. Our energy costs were significantly lower, reduction in transportation, across many areas, reduction in security. So
what happens
so if we think of,
Maureen, what
Sure,
happens
yeah.
to that money? What happens to that money?
Okay, yeah, so what happens to that money, there were a couple things that happened to it. So each year, so I'll break it down into 2 buckets. We had our regular savings that we experienced prior to the COVID close, and those dollars are appropriated to balance the following year's budget. So we have the savings, the original savings prior to COVID. And when we show the budget document, Ted, if you look at it and you online and look at the budget overview sheet, there's a revenue line called appropriated fund balance. In that line is where the savings from this year are then taken and moved over to offset next year's budget. So instead of raising taxes, we have that. So there's $1.6 million of that money, $1,680,000 of that savings that I described that has already been moved over for next year to balance next year's budget. In addition to that, the dollars above that at this time, and we'll speak about this a little bit later in our discussion tonight when we speak about the contingency budget, at this point, those excess dollars were placed into reserves for liabilities, and we'll speak a little bit about that later. So that's what happens when those dollars are left over at the end of the year. For the most, every year we go through this time in which any monies that are left over are then moved over to balance the following year's budget, or return, for lack of better words, because it's an offset to revenue.
Thank you. Why? Well, I guess it seems to be the standard approach, but why isn't the budget compared to the prior year actual? In most businesses, that's what you do. Yeah, I see the carryover.
We do that as our practice. So you're right, and we do look at that analysis, and we absolutely look at that as a basis. I think, as I was mentioning before, there are times in which, and there's different factors in different years that may be attributable to those reductions. But what I had spoken about, that's where I'm saying we start off. Our starting point really in terms of our budget process is that estimated end of year. When you're looking at it in a comparison form, you're looking at it one year over the other. But the budget is built off of the actuals, not off of the prior year budget. The budget itself is built off of the actuals. Okay?
I see. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm not very close to, I have not been attending board meetings for some number of years. As you know, I got very deeply involved 10 years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, but it seems to me there's an awful lot of costs for outside consultants and advisors and lawyers and so forth. It seems to me that somehow or other ought to be brought under tighter control. I can't imagine removing science teachers and people like that when in fact all kinds of money is being spent on what I would call relatively soft costs.
Right. The majority, from where our starting place, and again, we, you can certainly also reach out to me, if not tonight, as you're looking through the line by line, budget, and if there's some particular line you want to get a little bit more information on, that could help with that. But we definitely removed quite the majority of the contractual expenses where we initially may have started out in our finalized budget, and some of the legal costs. We're optimistic that we're, in our following year's budget, we're hopeful and optimistic that much of those costs will drop down to more of what our typical level of those. And I think occasionally you'll see that in districts where they'll have an uptick in some of those legal litigation costs for a few years while they're managing a few things. But they are a little bit higher than what we would like to see and what is our norm. But we're hopeful that will then, in our following year budget year cycle, we're hopeful that number will come back down to a much more, lower cost for us.
Maureen, I think I understand that legal costs may be a little bit hard to predict, but it seems to me the board has very direct control of all sorts of outside advisors, enhanced teacher training, this, that, and the other. I mean, it seems to me from what little I did look at, there's an awful lot of that kind of cost. I mean, spending, which in this day and age, under the circumstances that exist, seems to me off the wall. It's rough out there. okay? And I think people need to pull up their bootstraps and begin to recognize that everybody's having a tough time. And open-ended spending on what I would consider fairly discretionary costs is inappropriate. I mean, I'm not going through line by line, but I read enough,
Right.
and I've talked to Lisa enough. I have a pretty good understanding that there's some excesses going on here that just don't fit current circumstances. Okay,
Yeah.
I mean, I
So,
don't know what kind of
yeah, thank you.
explanation
No,
is for that, but
I
there
think
it
we
is.
appreciate your feedback for sure. The board, I think this is good for, I mean, Doug, you can obviously respond to Ted.
Yeah, you know what happened last time, 10 years ago, you guys were looking for a 4 or 5% increase. And after we went to war, I think we ended up with a 1% increase. That was a
Yep.
battle. I'm not really interested in that kind of battle any longer, but when I see that kind of discretionary spending, I really get upset. Anyway, that's it. I mean, look, I'm not really prepared to say anything more, except I think that somehow or other, it doesn't feel right. That's
Thank you for the feedback. And, you know, I think, as you had said, you know, we're kind of entering a cycle similar to what we experienced in terms of the economic downturn. So we'll be, obviously, the budget cycles will be more like this, more likely the next couple of years, a little different and tighter.
well, this is Maureen that I'm speaking with, correct?
Yes, Ted.
Yeah, Maureen, you have a tough job. I understand that. I'm really not talking to you. I'm talking to the supervisor. I'm talking to the senior people. I'm talking to the board members. Okay? You have a tough job. You're stuck in the middle. I think you're very articulate. You know what you're doing. That's not the issue. That's not where the problem is. Okay. Well, I mean, you know, that everybody can't have their hand held all their life. In difficult times, they have to go on their own and do their job and get by with less. Thank you. There's no need to really comment further. I just you know. Okay. Thank you.
Excuse me, how does one ask a question?
You're doing it.
Okay, I'm Stephen Siebert. I live on 113 Hamilton Avenue. We had two daughters who were graduates and went through the whole system. I have a concern. It's a local concern. I mean, it's not sort of global on the larger issues that were mentioned earlier, but I have it on good reports, and if I'm wrong, I'd really like to know that to be the case, that the custodial staff is perhaps the only sort of group of people who are not being offered a raise in this upcoming sort of budget. I know people, 14 positions or so are being eliminated at various, are being proposed to be eliminated. But the custodial staff has been told at various points that if they either, one person might be let go or two people might be let go, but they won't be if they accept a zero raise contract. If that's the case, I find myself really troubled by that. I'm troubled by it because it's our most ethnically and sort of economically diverse sort of group of people who participate in the community, the school. And I'm troubled by it because in the age of COVID, sort of their role seems to be especially important in terms of keeping the school safe. So can somebody who knows something about it, I've tried to look at the budget, I haven't really been able to see this clearly. Could somebody tell me, please, that that's not the case, if it's not the case, or if it is the case, explain why we think the people who are already economically most challenged by employment in our school system are in fact people who are being asked to forego a raise when others are being given a raise. Again, I may be ignorant, but please enlighten me if I am.
You can answer that. So that is not the case. There was a time in which there was a proposal to reduce, as we've reduced across all the different positions, to potentially reduce a cleaning position. That decision was made not to do that. So that was it. The custodian, they do have they'll have a contract that will be expiring and it will have to be renegotiated. But there was no, I mean, they actually have proposed, they wanted to keep their member, but that was the only, but there was nothing, only other than they're not having a current contract, which will be settled at one point, that's not the case. And the position was not reduced because of for the same concerns with, in light of COVID, if anything, we would need, additional help in the custodial group, not less. So as we had gone through, as we did through our budget process, looking at all, like we tried to kind of weigh the pros and cons of reductions in different areas. And that was a decision, we had kept that position. So that's the answer. That's what you stated is not the case.
So you're saying categorically the custodians were not asked to accept a zero raise contract? So you're willing to say that definitively?
We didn't negotiate a contract, so no.
Right, but the question, a direct one, it can be easily answered yes or no. Were the custodians, were they approached and told that they should be willing to accept a zero raise contract?
No.
They were not.
The board never discussed.
We haven't had any conversations with, just so that you know, Maureen, Melissa and I meet with the bargaining unit presidents and vice presidents every month, just on top of, any issues that have, that come up that they want to bring to our attention. That has not been one of the issues. Our last meeting may have been just before we had to close schools on March 18th. That's never been a topic that's come up during any of those meetings, and we started meeting in September. So I've not been aware, nor is Maureen or Melissa, nor have we had any conversations at all with any bargaining unit about not providing them with a raise. I mean, we have nothing but the utmost respect, for our custodial team and our cleaners, who do amazing jobs. There would be no way, we would be going to them, if we hadn't already gone to other bargaining units to ask them the same. So that's.
Thank you.
Hi, could I speak?
Please.
Yeah, this is Andy Zimmerman. I guess I've been trying to follow all this budget stuff from home, turning into these meetings, and I have great respect for all you people grappling with it. Especially in the current circumstances, it's even more challenging than ever. The question that I'm asking is sort of more, it's less about the current budget than kind of the long-term trend. At one point, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I think I'm probably getting some of these figures wrong, but asked for a presentation about the special ed budget over the years, going back, I think, 5 years. And it was showing that the special ed budget, I believe, had gone up about 100% in 5 years, more or less. At the same time that the rest of the budget was more or less flat, or possibly even going down. I'm not exactly sure about those figures, but it was something like that, if I'm not mistaken. And then I heard that the presentation with the consultant who came in and said that we were having problems with special ed in the middle school, that the kids still weren't up to the standard, and that's why we should hire an inclusion specialist, and which I think you guys eventually didn't do, but decided to shift some teachers to doing that instead. I'm not exactly sure, but at any rate, I'm just wondering, I guess, how it is that we're spending twice as much as, I realize that the special ed program was a problem, and I've certainly heard that from people whose kids were in it, but I don't understand why, after going for these 5 years and spending twice as much money, we're still in such bad shape. It just seems like, I don't know, it seems like it's been a failure. And it seems like maybe we're spending money just to show that we're doing something to try to ward off another lawsuit, but it's not actually working? I'm not really sure because, you know, my kid is not involved in this, but I'm just trying to understand, I guess, the long-term trend of having it go up, 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 while other things are getting cut is not sustainable. And we're ending up having to cut some of the things that we are actually doing very well. And some very important, you know, other programs that are meaningful to a lot of people. It just doesn't seem like it could go on this way. And I just wonder what we can do in the future to make sure that if we spend money, we do it in a wise way that is cost effective. Okay, and forgive me if I made some assumptions in there that aren't true. Maybe somebody can address it. And I know I know a lot of the people on the board and the superintendent. I know a lot of you guys weren't there 5 years ago. So I mean, it's nobody's fault, but I just trying to understand how this is happening.
Mr. Zimmerman, certainly, you know, one of the areas that we looked at and that we had a lot of conversation around was the special education budget. And what we, you know, tried to do is understand what was happening historically that led to a lawsuit that was sort of the precipitating event that led to a review of the special education department. So, you know, that happened around 2014. And there were a number of positions that were added. Tessa and Laura who are on can actually state exactly how many positions were added. And that was as a result of, you know, looking at our special education program in comparison to, others, you know, same size districts. That's how New York State organizes the district, same size district and, you know, roughly the same number of students and the state average. So if we did not have, adequate staff to support the legislative changes that actually had taken place, you know, No Child Left Behind really sort of set the clock for more rigorous standards and more rigorous assessments, and the trend across the state was to increase staff members. You know, that's when we started adding more, you know, this is across the state, more co-teachers, because we wanted to make sure we got, you know, we were able to get those youngsters over the finish line and take those assessments and do well and go on. And we also realized that, you know, with the end of the RCTs, which was a safety net for students with IEPs, and going back, you know, around that era, 2014, 15, that was removed. That safety net was removed, and every district was scrambling to try to make sure that there were adequate, models for special education that would ensure the success of those youngsters. At the same time, that requirements became pretty, clear from the state that we should also not overly restrict students with IEPs, meaning that they should not be placed out, in other settings outside of their home district. So many districts, including Hastings, bringing back youngsters. And because you bring children back, which is what we ought to do, we shouldn't permit segregation of our students on the basis of how they learn. When children come back from out of district placements, sometimes, that means that you do need more staff initially to help those youngsters, acclimate to their new environment, to help the educators who are working with children, maybe for the first time, or and every child is different, So we're the shifts in the increases are not frivolous and thoughtless. They are in direct response to changes in legislation that has increased the expectations for students with IEPs, as the legislation has increased it for other youngsters. And the district has adapted or made the necessary changes, which, I would not say are frivolous, just from my own experience. I mean, this is year 27 for me, Mr. Zimmerman. I know I look really young. It can possibly be in this profession for 27 years. But this is the trend across, the state. Districts were trying to ensure that all students with IEPs in an environment where the standards and the expectations were increasing with regards to student performance, they had to make sure, as Hastings had to make sure that youngsters were to set up to succeed. And, if you look at the graduation rate, certainly, there may be places across the life of a child from kindergarten, to ninth grade. And, when the child gets into the high school, they're doing better as a result of the efforts of those, educators, and related service providers from K-8. So, that's the response. That's really the actual response that's, can be documented, in other, looking at the history of the changes that have happened that have led to the need for additional staff members, as well as the belief that children should be educated in their home districts, therefore bringing them back into the district, which also means we have to have related services such as a behaviorist. If we're trying to acclimate certain youngsters back into the school district, we have to make sure that we provide the appropriate related services so that those youngsters are successful, whether that's speech or as I said, behavioral therapist, OD, occupational therapy. So all of those are necessary for some of our youngsters with IEPs, so that they are successful in this environment, in the general education home district environment.
Could I chime in?
Well, if I could just follow up on my question, you're talking about what has been going on statewide and nationwide, and I understand there's been a lot of progress in the way these issues have been addressed everywhere. What I would like to see is a comparison between us and other districts as to how we're spending the money, what kind of results we're getting, and if there's others that are doing it better than we are, then I would like to hopefully learn from them. I just wonder I suppose that comparison has not been made, but I would like to see it made if anybody would like to try addressing that. I think it would be useful, but I'm not sure who was going to answer the question, but go ahead. I'm sure to add on my question.
Testa.
No, I just want to elaborate more a little bit on what Valerie is saying. And, ideally with these supports that we're bringing in, it's also going to benefit students in the general education environment. So it's not just isolated to students with disabilities. We're working with this inclusion practices and inclusive consultants. The benefit will benefit students in a general education environment as well, because our special education students and our special educators will be there, and there will be supports for everybody, and it'll help all students.
Can I just also add, and thank you, Tesfa. We spent a lot of time this year in working with and Melissa Szymanski, together with the special education department, hearing about areas.
Lauren, can I, Janine, can you mute everyone and then have Lauren unmute herself?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead. Lauren, unmute yourself.
Okay, so I was just wanting to follow up and thank you, Tesfa and Valerie, to just say that the board has spent a lot of time really listening to the special education department, together with Melissa Szymanski and Valerie, to hear about the improvements that are needed for our students directly. And we've listened very carefully this year, and we're very, I feel as a board member that their expertise and vantage point as new leaders has really helped hone in on areas where we can improve. So the types of things that we are spending on, I have greater confidence that they're going to have greater impact for successful learning in our students. So the types of things we're talking about this year are really impactful in the way we're thinking about this inclusion facilitator. And this type of model is a new model because we haven't been seeing the kind of growth in students as we would want to. So I can't say that the board has seen a comparison of dollars spent between our district and the other similar districts, but we are seeing that our indicators of growth are not as high as we want them to be. And so we are using some practices that they're recommending are better practices to have better results for improvements in our students.
Okay, thank you. I just, I appreciate the idea that, you know, teachers addressing different students' needs is good for all students. And I hope that ends up happening. And we I just, yeah, but all right, I'm going to leave it there. Thank you.
May I just jump in? It's Jacqueline Weitzman, 26 Elm Place.
Please.
Thank you. I have a student who just graduated college, and my younger son will be graduating from Hastings High School at the end of this month. I was very dismayed at the very last minute to learn that there will be a science teacher position that will be taken from the high school and being used to make up for a retiring teacher in the middle school. I see direct that academics are being affected directly. Also, I think it's a shame. I don't know. I missed the first 20 minutes, so I apologize if anybody has spoken already about this. To lose language at Hillside, I just think with the stroke of a pen that diminishes our district in an incredible way. Losing the high school teacher, and I also don't understand at this point, with so many students falling through the cracks with online learning, that you would be eliminating both the math and the English specialists at the middle school, positions that we worked really hard to be put in place over the last few years, positions that the community demanded. And we were so thrilled to get such wonderful professionals in those positions, and to see them eliminated is just very distressing. I really feel like, we have this $1 million shortfall. Okay, we need reserves, but my understanding is that we have quite a bit of reserves, and to be affecting the children, their academics directly, you would think we would need those specialists in the middle school in particular, as well as going to the 40-minute schedule. There'll be so much upheaval, so much will be changed. I'm just dismayed, and I'm trying to understand how, like Ted was mentioning, these so many consultants coming in for, a few days versus these specialists that we have, and losing those upper level language classes and science classes that will help these poor juniors who are going to be having such a tough time to be competitive for going to college, to not be able to take those upper level science classes or those upper level language classes. I'm sorry, I'm rambling. I didn't have a prepared speech. I usually like to have something written, but I just had to, I couldn't not say anything. I know this has been extremely hard. I appreciate the enormous amount of time and effort. I just feel that some of the thinking has been just misguided. The kids should not be feeling the pain. Thank you.
One thing I'll share in response to Jackie's comments is, the commitment. And I think this certainly pervaded all of the conversations that the board had over the last 2 months in our, kind of 9 or 10, 25-hour marathon meetings, that I think we really echoed, and I appreciate what Jackie Weitzman just said, this commitment to the academics. And I think going back to this idea of sharing the pain, The idea of taking a little bit out of a lot of places was so that no one place felt a lot of pain. And the theory, as we talked about as a board, really was in service of the children. Another thing, I know the word eliminated and cut, they have a very violent feel to them. And I think oftentimes they're used to try to really drum up a kind of emotion. But one of the things about reductions in state aid is we hope they're short term. So for example, we hope we learn in September or December that this money is coming back. When you lose money out of a tax levy, you can't get that money back. It's very hard to get that money back. And so oftentimes those cuts are permanent. And when you lose state aid, hopefully, maybe it's in the fall, maybe it's not till next year, but hopefully you get some of that money back. And what those exact restoring looks like, I certainly can tell you my own personal opinion, and the board hasn't talked about this, is when we have a feeling that the district is on more solid financial footing, programs like the ones that Jackie just mentioned, science, world language, I think the board did share quite a bit over the course of those 25 hours, a commitment to bringing those back as soon as we could, a commitment to looking at what's the right program for world language in 4th grade and 5th grade. How do we approach these really important topics, and how do we potentially approach new topics as STEM becomes increasingly important? So I certainly share.
But Doug, that's not really helping, I don't think. To say that STEM is important, let's look at it. What about those students who next year will not be able to take AP Environmental Science? I believe there are 36 students that will not be able to take those courses. 2 classes will not be offered. You have a physics teacher that will be teaching earth science. Yes, he's qualified. Will that be a good class? Not necessarily. There's so many specifics you have to be looking at, not just this overall, what should STEM look like? What should world language? We have very, very excellent programs. And I'm sorry to be using words like eliminate, but we all know how hard it is to get programs back once you've cut them, to get specialists back once you've cut them. So you can talk in these far-ranging, we have students that are hurting right now, and they're going to be hurting next year with all this unknown. And it's happening in the middle school, it's happening in the high school, and we're building something for Hillside, but nobody's looking at these 2 schools more specifically. I'm sorry, I have to get off.
So do you want to speak? Could we just speak to that, the last part of that with regards to no one's looking at the middle school and the high school? I beg to differ. I mean, there's been lots of conversations with the administrative team about the learning program. We've been looking at lots of data, certainly to better understand the landscape, but also spending time making sure that we learn as much as possible. But we're relying upon the expertise of people who are here, and certainly, Melissa and I don't have the history yet, but we certainly, trust, our administrators who have 14 to 21 years of experience to be able to tell us, what changes they feel their programs can sustain, given that, we have the reality of unfortunately needing to, account for a devastating virus, that's impacted, the state coffers, which then impacts us, and other, losses associated with that in terms of tax revenue that we can't get and we won't get. So we don't have a lot of choices in terms of, what to do. And, to live off reserves is a fairly risky, what strategy, because after a while, there'll be no reserves, and then the reductions just become, that much more, aggressive and damaging. So, if anything, we spent, most of our time looking at the learning experience for children and making hard decisions about, what we need to do to ensure that, their, children have, as many offerings as possible. But as I said, we're relying upon feedback, not only from our administrators, but community members who, are also very knowledgeable and have been following, some of the sort of reoccurrent concerns around, various kinds of programs and our need to look at them and change them. Certainly in terms of the math and interventionist middle school, that position has been vacant since I guess October, November. The math teachers, because again, they're very talented, provides the intervention services for those youngsters. That was, that's how the math interventionist position, unfortunately, if we didn't have this kind of year, I absolutely agree with you that we shouldn't be removing that. The other position, which is the reading interventionist, there was a need to include a position that would benefit special educators as well as general educators. And the data certainly pointed to the need for there to be some expertise to help our teachers who can't spend the time modifying assignments, every lesson, every assessment, and needed help in doing that so that, they can spend their time, teaching and not having to worry about how to do some things that perhaps, they would, if they had time, they could do it. And also if they had an opportunity to work together, they could probably do a really good, a good job. But certainly we're following what we've learned from lots of focus on some areas that, we certainly can improve upon. And as I said, none of us, would, want to ever have to make reductions to anything. And we couldn't agree with you more, but there's a reality that we had to.
I just wanted to comment on some of what the callers have been talking about. One having to do with the discretionary spending in terms of consultants and lawyers, which was brought up earlier, and again, consultants recently. Thousands upon thousands of dollars were reduced from those line items. And the lawyer fees are fees that we have to incur for various reasons. So I feel like those areas were given serious thought and were cut down quite a bit, even including memberships that the school usually has in various groups. I mean, to that specificity, things were reduced. The other area in terms of, eliminating teachers, I think it would be helpful for people to go back to the frequently asked questions sheet that was sent home to see that some of the reductions actually came about from lower projected enrollments, and that these changes were going to be made even before the budget was looked at because of those changes and reductions in enrollment. Further, the reading interventionist teacher who, Jackie knows I was for that, and the math interventionist. It's my understanding that the new inclusion specialist, a facilitator, will be somebody who still works with students on reading. There still will be small group work and some individual work as well as teacher support. So while that position is changing, I think, to help general ed and special ed students by helping their teachers, I think the thought that there still will be a great deal of support in the way that we had been looking for it in an interventionist. I think that role is really, there's some differences, but there's some similarities. So I think a lot of kids will still feel that impact. As Valerie said, the math interventionist, it was very difficult to fill that position again, but it's not something that people don't want. That may very well be rehired, a position that's rehired. In the high school too, it was terrible to have to think about not rehiring after somebody retired. But my understanding is that this extra money that went into reserves, it's a one-time cost. So if we do hire somebody full-time and then we find out in September that there are further cuts, then we may have to release somebody that we just hired mid-year because we can't afford them anymore. You know, that one-time savings doesn't roll over to keep paying for that person's salary year after year. And I guess we felt it was wisest to hold off on adding a science teacher back after the retirement because we were fearful of additional cuts and being in a position where we have to let people go, which none of us would want to do, and felt that that would be more chaos causing to approach it that way, if that makes sense. So I just, by way of saying, we have spent a lot of time thinking about this. I am in support of a new science teacher as soon as we can feel we can afford that on a regular basis, and maybe we'll find that out in September. The World Language Program as well. There were many discussions, and the reasons behind FLES being taken out in Hillside was because of a lot of feedback that the program really wasn't working as it was, and we don't have the funds to increase that right now and make it a more meaningful program. So nobody is taking this lightly, and I think we have felt like we've kept funds supporting kids as best we can.
So,
sorry.
Hold on one second, Toby. Hold on, just 1 second. Can we just, as a board and as an administration, just talk about the hearing and how long? You know, we want to let this go. We do have probably another 4 hours of board meeting after this. And, you know, one of the things that will be discussed at that board meeting is the idea of a contingency budget. And I think probably more budget conversations will come up at that conversation. So I don't know if anyone's got can we just have a process check amongst the board and with Janine and Valerie and Maureen, and then we can go back in if we need to.
What was the question, Doug? Are you asking us
Just
if we
how
need
long,
to?
How long do we want to let the public hearing go for?
Well, I agree with you that there are a lot of other details that probably are, people who can opine on within the, during the board meeting. So either way, I mean, if there are some things that, people want to talk about, we should entertain them. But certainly, if we choose to end the hearing, we can certainly take the.
Can I throw a suggestion out maybe? Can we just take a list now of everyone that is on that wants to make a comment and let's try to hold it to that list as opposed to maybe continuing to take more every time someone comments, it might trigger some thought in someone else, and we could probably have a discussion for, I'm sure we could stay on just this topic in this call for another 2 hours. So if I know Toby was just speaking and has something to say. Is there anyone else that is on that wants to make a comment or has a question?
Yeah, I have a quick question. This is Tony Wan. It actually says.
Okay. Oh, hold on. Oh, okay, let's just get the list before we go into questions. So we got Toby, we've got Tony.
Lisa Lipton.
I'm Ishita Khemka. I'd like to make a comment.
Who is that?
Is it Ashita?
Yes.
Okay. So I have Tony, Lisa, Ashita, anyone else?
Well, Toby.
Toby
And Tony. There's
right.
2 people, Toby and Tony.
Yes.
My question is about contingency budget, so I can wait until the board meeting. I'll be on that call. I can hold off and see if my question's answered, so I can be postponed.
So we're down now to Tony, Ashita, and Lisa. why don't we have those three, and then others you can always write to the board as well. So why don't we start with Tony?
Okay, it's just a brief question on the capital. We're looking at the 1,300,000 plus for the actual budget balance, and then estimating for June 20th, it's going to be the same. And then it says intended for use of the reserve in 2021. Are we still proceeding with capital building projects? Has anybody thought about delaying that for a little bit, or is that going to proceed and we're using all the intended reserve for that, or we're using partial of that? It's just a question.
So, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Jump in.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Tony, so the original bond, the $18 million project, is proceeding. As you know, a lot of it was the infrastructure work. The board, what we have, since this COVID, have discussed and prioritized in doing is the intent is to not touch the capital reserve. So we're right now, we do have that money. So if there was like some completely unforeseen construction type of emergency that we needed to like dip into it over the course of the bond, but we're scaling back the projects in order not to touch that reserve. That's the intention.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure that that wasn't going to go and proceed with the building, but not pay for teachers and whatever else we needed as far as education was concerned for the kids. Thank you.
No problem.
Ishita? Right.
Yes, this is Ishita. We live on 61 Lincoln Avenue. I just wanted to share, I guess, an observation or thought that I'm having is the selection of the subjects that got deleted in the high school, the positions in the sciences. And I guess I'm just thinking more in terms of education and the philosophy that we're promoting and showing our children is in the world, when everything else is changing, environment is one thing that stays constant, across the worlds and our lives. And environmental science is one of the very unique science subjects that has interdisciplinary, it's an interdisciplinary academic field, and it teaches much more than science. It's based on critical thinking, problem solving, teamwork. I'm just not sure when the board says that we are STEM ready and we've really thought about our futures for our children. The subject areas that got cut really are the new careers and the jobs. If you look at any of the job ratings, there's a 15% increase expected for environmental science jobs, and that AP has been reduced. Nanotechnology, these are all future building jobs for our children. And as we all agree that these are the places where the foundations are laid. So I'm not even sure how those science subjects got deleted. And we are definitely not career ready, making our students career ready or job ready, or even to be competitive in the global world. So there just seems to be a big disconnect between budget, administration, and the overall philosophy of education and what especially the high schoolers need getting ready for the for life outside high school. So I'm just sort of expressing my disappointment on the choice of the STEM classes and the science classes that have been eliminated. On the same thought, language is again a very unifying skill across the world, and I think, my husband and I have tried really hard to bring a global, diverse perspective to the school district, and I feel defeated again and again because the decisions are very micro-managed and micro-based. We're not thinking about the wider world and what's important for our community, young people from our community to be ready for the world out there. I just wanted to share that.
Thank you. Valerie, I don't know if you want to respond to that at all? Or...
Sure. So the decisions to not rehire positions were, pretty, common strategy when school districts are faced with having to find reductions is through attrition. So the retirement, unfortunately, happened to be Joe Baccaro's the earth science teacher. And the language retirement was, again, I mean, the retirement, the other retirement was a language retirement. So, and we're not the only school district that applies that. So we also were aware that we didn't want to go into, another area, because then that would be a layoff. So, it's not desirable not to replace, but it certainly is, more humane to not, have to, lay someone off, because, we want to stay away from subjects that we absolutely, value in the school district. And I think the offerings, the depth of offerings, is indication of the level of regard and importance of just a love of learning about science and applying it, hopefully to aspirations in college and beyond careers. We actually been talking about an offering that we all know a little about, and it's the Project Lead the Way STEM curriculum. So if we can, hire, we have a teacher, we don't currently have a teacher who could pick up any of those courses, because all the courses that, you're describing in the STEM careers is part of Project Lead the Way. And it's not just a high school curriculum, it's a K-12 curriculum. And some districts have, already, implemented courses and are building upon those courses. So we'd like to see that in the district. And with the next science hire, which we all are committed to, as other board members have mentioned, to reinstating that position, we will be looking at bringing in Project Lead the Way, so that we can, expose our children to, more, rich and in-depth experiences that are, tied to real STEM-related content and curricula, and that we know that our students will be very interested in those as well. So the entire science department plus that new offering is something that we look forward to adding.
Lisa Litfin.
Oh, sorry, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you all hear me?
Good. You're
Okay,
good,
great.
Lisa.
Just a couple of points. I wanted to respond to Allison, who was talking about why we don't want to hire a teacher and possibly not have funds pulled from us during the year. My comment is that we were told by the board, when Ted Mason asked about all that leftover money, and you told us that it's going into reserves, and y'all told us that it was going in case the governor cut the money next year. So this is $1 million that y'all put into reserves of our tax money that was surplus. So that's why you did that. So you can hire these teachers and be okay, because you've already put the money away. I also wanted to comment add on to a comment that Ted Mason brought up about costly outside providers. And, we talked about what's in here. There's over $160,000 of professional development. I understand professional development is important, but there are other ways to provide it. I see the superintendent shaking her head. I'm not sure what's going on with that. But here's the thing. We're in an exceptional year. And to me, a science teacher is more important than outside providers. But here's what I'd say. I know y'all want your professional development, so do it in a less costly way. So for example, y'all are going to be talking about a proposal today from a group called Inclusive Schooling for $29,000. In that, I think there's an hour-and-a-half presentation for $3,500, and they're requesting to do 3 of those, so that's over $10,000. Why instead, this Inclusive Schooling outfit offers books. It has these 21-day online courses for $21. That makes much more sense in a time when we're cutting key academic classes. And I would also say, we're in a Zoom world right now. So when I saw those prices and the classes would be offered in June, and I saw those prices for a Zoom class, it didn't make sense to me. So I wondered, if you must go through and do this kind of quasi in person, can you bargain? Did you attempt to bargain? But again, I go back, it's too expensive. It's just too expensive right now. Use a less costly method, books online. And then the last thing I wanted to do was follow up on what Stephen Siebert asked about the custodians. And I think an answer was not given as to what is happening with their salaries next year. And I did want to raise that 4 years ago, when we negotiated their salaries, I had found that there were two different pay scales for our cleaners. One was fine and the other was not. It was so low. It was for cleaners hired after a certain date, and it was instituted, I believe, in the height of the recession. The custodians took the hit. The new custodians, their pay scale was right around the poverty line. So we added some money to it, but we didn't bring them up to the same level. So I would like to ask if the board could commit to looking at those cleaner lines and bringing the low ones up to the other ones, because they're barely at the poverty level. I think we have a starting salary of, I think, $37,000 for a cleaner. And as Stephen said, this is our most diverse unit. We depend on them for everything. And I'd like to, while I'm not looking for raises all across the board, I do think that they have earned it and they've taken the hit before. So if you could respond about your thoughts about the cleaner lines, that would be wonderful, the two different cleaner categories.
And maybe Maureen can also talk about the million and why that doesn't work according to what we've discussed.
But could we also clarify the $160,000 budget line for professional learning? Melissa, what is your budget line? Because we cut that down to, I think it was probably about 30,000.
Yeah, I have to take a look at the exact number and I'll do that now. But during the reduction process, we really cut a lot of that out. I'm just going to go into my numbers.
Well, you had gone up and then came down, but what's in your budget now, and I can email you or post it on Facebook, there's a BOCES professional development line, there's another professional development line, there's a conferences, that something includes professional development, there's Gravity Goldberg for almost $50,000, and it added up to over 160,000. It's several, Maureen probably knows them, it's probably 5 or 6 budget lines. But what I'm saying is,
are you also
just to make sure everyone doesn't forget that these are BOCES contracts. So
there's BOCES and non-BOCES. You have about 4 or 5 different lines in the budget, which of course you know because you adopted this, that relate to professional development.
Hold on, Lisa.
All I'm saying is, rather than in person,
when we're throwing around the numbers that we talk about the reimbursable amount, you might feel that that's too high, even with a reimbursable amount, but it's not 30,000, it's not 160,000. It's reimbursable, and you know that from being on the board.
No, Jeremy. First of all, what I'm saying to you is there are 4 or 5 different lines. Only one of them is from BOCES. You know the budget. You voted on it. If you want to come back to me in 20 minutes, I'll give you all the lines. I can find them. I think I sent them to you in that letter that's remained unanswered. So we get some back, but you're probably still talking about 130,000. All I'm asking is to use a less expensive delivery model, be it books, be it online services, rather than the most costly. I mean, this group actually that you're going to be asked to contract with charged us $9,000 for 1 day of service in our district. That was shocking to me.
So, I mean, so do you want me to speak about the balance and then I guess address the custodial, like the pay scales, or?
Well, like I was hoping that you'll bring that very low one that's right at the poverty line up to the rest, because I don't think that's who we want to be. And then again, I was just asking if you could commit to less costly delivery models of professional development during this year when we've cut 14 positions, including core academic positions. That's sharing the
cut 14 positions. That's there's some that were not hired again because sections were combined, and so that led to people not being needed. But I eliminating them, it makes it sound very different.
But
yeah, so I think,
Allison, with all due respect, there's 14 positions from last year that aren't coming back this year. Even your board president said it. I know your aim is to bring them back, but I think that's a fact.
No, I never said that there were 14 positions that we eliminated that we cut that we're planning on bringing back. I never said that.
No, you said there were 14. Okay, there are some, but this is why we need a list from you guys.
But hold on a second, guys. Lisa, a list was sent out in an FAQ, very clearly articulated on Friday. It was sent out in an email, and it's on our website. You can go look at it right now. So I want to bring this back, and we've got a board meeting that we've got to do. We're not going to get a back and forth on line items right now. There's obviously a lot of time. We've spent 25 hours doing that. We've gotten a lot of comments from people. We put out reductions, cuts, every single reason line item in that document that was sent out. So I believe as a board, we've been extremely responsive on that point specifically. There's another PD point. Those numbers, we'll obviously get, I think there's back and forth, there's different interpretations, there's different line items, there's different reimbursements. And that's something that can be emailed to you, Lisa, and potentially we can put in an FAQ. If there's more questions, we can put another FAQ out. Of course, by the time that happens, there's a good chance that 75 to 80% of ballots will be in, but we will continue to do our best to clarify what is an extremely complex set of concerns, considerations, line items. The board obviously has to consider a lot of different elements, and every community member gets to focus on a few different things that are very important to them. All of those are important. We understand that. At the same time, everyone that comes has kind of the advantage of looking through one single lens and framing things in one single way, where we're really trying to look at a broad cross-section of concerns and considerations for a lot of different people. And I think what's really important as we as a board put these thoughts together is that we have to listen to everyone. We have to listen to all the concerns. The people that have loud voices, we have to listen to. The people that have soft voices, we have to listen to. And the people that have that have almost no voice, we have to listen to too. And we've got to take all these concerns and considerations into account when we look at 652 line items in a budget. Some of the things are easily talked about, like teachers, like professional development. Some of the things like litigation, they're not as easily talked about. Some of the things like places where there have been challenges or problems, they're not as easily talked about. Some of the places where there is a challenge or a dysfunction, they're not as easily talked about. But as a board, we've got to handle all of these. And when we put together a budget of over $50 million, we've got to think about all of these different things. So the problem with taking one thing and saying, answer this one thing, is it takes it out of context. And we're talking about a very broad context here. So back to the question, there was a question put on the table about PD. That's another FAQ. We will get that out at some point. But at this point.
No, I'm sorry, Doug. I didn't realize my microphone was on. Doug, we're voting. We can't wait for another FAQ. We're voting. And the ballots have to be mailed off in the next 2 to 3 days because they have to be received. That's what this hearing is for.
Lisa,
and I hear you're getting upset, and I hear emotion, and I hear you're tired, but you need to help us understand what it is you're voting. You're asking us to vote.
Lisa, there is a budget that's been put out. There are 78, 100, 500 other questions people could have questions about. We are answering every question that we get. If there's an answer right now for the PD, let's have that one answer, and then I think we're gonna have to move on from this public hearing.
There's also the budget.
Just one last thing. How do we get answers if we write to you and 7 days later we wrote to you asking that this is what we
did you receive the FAQ?
Yes, but it didn't talk about increases. It only talked about decreases. It's not enough information for people to cast a vote. That's why you've had several people asking about increases. We need help understanding what you're asking us to vote on, and I prefer it without the anger that I'm hearing on the other end.
There's the facts.
At least I'm not angry.
Meeting on Wednesday. Maybe that's a good forum for answering that question on PD.
Yes, if by Wednesday you still have an opportunity to get you still have time to get your ballot in. Okay, we're going to move on to the board meeting portion of this meeting. Thank you, everyone. Again, if you've got questions, please, you have plenty of time to still get your ballots in. They're due by the 9th. You can send us questions. We can answer them. There's a portion of Lisa's question with regards to increases, which we will further answer. We're going to close the public hearing now. And if you've got further questions, please send them to us. Okay. Janine, anything specifically I have to do to close the hearing?
No, you just close it and say that you're, calling to order the regular Board of Education meeting.
Okay. So I want to call to order the Board of Ed meeting June 1, 2020. Thank you all for attending. There will be more conversations on the budget a little bit later. Okay, so with that, I'm going to pass the meeting over to Dr. Henning Piedmont for announcements. You're on mute.
Thank you, Mr. Sunheim and Board of Education trustees. I wanted to bring a couple of things to your attention. One, I wanted to reference the obviously the events that are happening in our nation that continue to happen, and obviously the one that sort of set off the anger and the rage that is being manifested across the country now. And using the words of Dr. King, a riot is the language of the unheard. All of that, what is it? Sadness and rage combined is certainly something that our children are, processing and trying to make sense of, as well as parents. I was reading an angry email from a parent, a white parent, asking me as an African-American superintendent, what am I doing? So I had to put it down because, it's part of what's wrong, that a person would be asking me, what am I doing because of my skin color? So I had to put it down, and I'll respond to it at a different time. What I want to say is that the Diversity Committee, which has been led, wonderfully by Janice Mateo Toledo, we're actually, Melissa Szymanski and I are meeting with her tomorrow. Janice drafted an incredible letter in her role as diversity coordinator over the weekend and sent it to Melissa and myself, and we talked about it and planned to have a conversation, which actually is going to happen tomorrow, about what we can say to our own staff members, our teachers, our administrators, and all of our staff members who work with our children. So, and RISE, which is an organization that's been doing a lot of great work in the district as well, is also working towards providing some sort of manifesto to help all students, not just students of color, not just African American. This issue is not just it's not an African American or Latino problem. This is a human problem, and one of the areas that we're working on in the Diversity Committee has to do with reading a very provocative book that we started and we couldn't finish as a result of the COVID-19 changing our plans. But if you haven't read this and you want to sort of do something to help understand like what is going on and with regards to not only the killing of Mr. Floyd and others who've been killed senselessly at the hands of agents of hate, this book is also a way to start thinking about what's at the root cause. And I'm going to quote Robin DiAngelo, who wrote this book, and a number of districts have been reading it community-wide, and certainly we've been reading it as part of our Diversity Committee reading study group. One of the quotes from the book is, "Racism is deeply in the fabric of our society. It is not limited to a single act or person. We live in a society where race matters, a society that is deeply separate and unequal by race." So if you haven't read this book, I strongly suggest that you do, because it's a conversation about, what's at the root of not only the, senseless killing of African-American men and women, but it's also a context to understand, what's sort of rooted in this nation. And the only way that we're going to even have a chance to get at it is when we start having intelligent conversations around books like this, that force us to confront conversations or things about ourselves that we may not like. So that is underway, and certainly we'll continue to read that book when we resume as a diversity committee. We will be meeting as a diversity committee this week and having a conversation about, what message should come from our group. So it's not so much because of my ethnicity that I should be sending something out. to the community. I'm very offended by that, actually. There's no one who's more enraged by this than I am, who grew up in the South and certainly know lots of examples, not only there, but probably some of the worst ones are here in New York City, believe it or not. So I just wanted to sort of lay that out for the, the parent and maybe anyone else, but this particular parent who wrote that email to me. So that I wanted to put into context, and I want to thank Janice again for doing the great work that she's doing as a diversity committee coordinator. I also wanted to inform the community of the work that's underway to replace Mr. Keogh as assistant principal at the Farragut Middle School. Along with Jennifer Spirelli, who's the new principal, the newly appointed principal effective July 1st, Melissa Szymanski, Lou Adipro, Tesfa Stewart, and myself will be screening a number of interviews, a number of resumes that we received, and then we will select from that a group that will move along to an interview committee that will include lots of members from the Farragut Middle School, so that their voices are represented and their consideration given to them, since this is an important person in the middle school community. Let's see, I also wanted to actually just remind you of the work that we're doing to contemplate and plan how we're going to re-enter our schools in September. And so we do have a planning committee. It did meet, and it'll be meeting again next Monday to review some new information that I received that will help us to start thinking and developing some of the parts or components of the re-entry plan in anticipation of the plan needing to be submitted to the state of New York in July. And that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie. I appreciate your comments. Administrative comments. Ms. Szymanski?
Sure, I'll be brief tonight. So since our last Board of Education meeting, we've officially launched Dreambox, as you know, the web-based mathematics resource for intervention and enrichment, and that is for students in grades K through 8. I want to say thank you to Greg Stevens. He and I, Greg Stevens, the mathematics department chair, he and I met last week to plan for summer work in the area of mathematics. And this week we'll begin the formation of the K-12 mathematics committee to move that forward. And I continue to meet with the Quad Village assistant superintendents on a weekly basis. And recently we've focused our conversations around the summer learning program and also report cards.
Maureen, do you
Should
have
I just jump in, Doug?
Yeah, please.
Sure. So, this past Friday, we had last week we opened bids for the middle school infrastructure project, and this evening, as part of our business items, we're making the group, meaning the construction managers, architects, Joe and myself, after reviewing the scope of work with each bidder, are moving forward with a recommendation on the boiler contract this evening. And goodness, sorry, my dog is barking. So that'll be one part of the business items. But at this point, we are making recommendation to reject the roofing project, as we want to go back out to bid, because there was a couple of the low bidders as part of the process. If they missed one of the line items, we then would reject and then go out for a rebid. So we're making the recommendation to do that as well. And we're still vetting through the general construction contract for this building. And we hope to make a recommendation at the June 15th meeting. We are currently working on our financing. Again, as we wait for the additional approvals from the state, we're working through to kind of get our financing in place for some of this work, as we talked about the roofing projects of both buildings and some of the other work. So as we're pushing that out a bit, we had initially thought about doing that in early July, but based upon the start of the work, we're looking to have the money available to us in August. And as far as the infrastructure update at Hillside, we're hoping by week's end to have a definitive schedule of the start date of that project, as the contractors are just waiting to get some of the materials onto site, and we'll give the board an update and let the community know when that work is slated to begin. As part of our yearly work at both buildings, we are meeting with our space planning committee as for multiple reasons this year. It's something we normally do to kind of prepare for the shifts and moves that are required each year to support programming in each building, but also this year with the added we also were the impacts of the possible construction in the building and where shifting some people around because of that, and also to start talking about the impacts of the COVID as we talk about some of those space planning needs. So that's it. And as Valerie said, we'll be meeting, we're started out those meetings around the COVID planning anyway. So this is the facility related piece of that work. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen and Melissa. Do we have a student rep on? I don't know if Clay or Sophia are on. I'll wait 1 second to see if they chime in. Okay. If they join, we can bring them in a little later. So I want to open it up now to public comment. If you have a comment, please state your name, that you're a resident of Hastings, or if you're not, that you're not a resident of Hastings. And please keep your comment to 3 minutes, and we'll give you an indication that the 3 minutes is up should you hit that.
Is Mr. Priesman on the line?
Yes.
You want to start?
Yeah. Let me put aside my homework. Okay. So my name is Jacob Prisman from 50 Cleveland Drive, and I'm a rising senior at Hastings High School, and I'm a student affected by the reductions that the Board of Education has made. I came tonight first to thank the Board of Education for responding to my email regarding AP Physics C, electricity and magnetism, and also to acknowledge all the effort the board has put into managing this budget with all the extra difficulties that have come with this cycle of COVID-19. However, the results of what the reductions were have dismayed me and my peers as we have been left unable to take a class which we have planned for taking in the 3 years of our time in the high school. AP Physics C, E&M, is a course that is really important to me personally and my goals of going into engineering in college. And I find it also slightly strange that a high school teacher who has been teaching physics for many years is moving to a middle school position that, in my honest opinion, he may not be as well suited for as his current role. I don't think his teaching style is per se the best for middle school students. Anyways, I understand that things may be reassessed in September, but that may be too late for the schedule to be redesigned to fit the class. And also, I've heard comments about introducing further STEM with things like Project Lead the Way, but this comes off a bit dry when the reality is that in the moment, high-level STEM is being reduced. I would like to also repeat here something that I said in my email, which is that while the enrollment for AP Physics, E&M is very low, but that should be expected of a high-level course, both in high school and college. And it is very important to understand how these high-level courses are the pinnacle of our academic studies, and they allow us small groups that can really go in depth into complex topics. I look forward to the board support as I work with Mr. A and Ms. Kramansky to support me and my peers in taking the course next year, be that in the form of a one-semester course, as the AP class was originally designed by the college for it to be, or if that is not possible, I proposed in my email a solution where we could have some time with the teacher after school to support us in the form of a recitation while we independent studied it with an online course. This would work similar to how recitation is in college, where he could go over what we've been learning and we could do labs with the equipment that the school has. I, again, appreciate everything that the board has done to try and handle this budget. If there's any questions that the board has, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Jacob. We don't usually do Q&A here, but just want to say I really appreciate what you're saying and your thought and approach. And I believe you've potentially been in touch with Mr. A to look for solutions, and do want to acknowledge how challenging it is, especially given that you've been looking forward to this course for so long, and appreciate your comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Janine?
That's the only person who emailed me. Is there anybody else on the line that would like to speak? Okay, I think you can move on, Doug.
Okay, thank you. So we have a wonderful science research presentation. I'm not sure who to pass it off to, Valerie, you, or if Melissa Shandroff is perhaps on, and we'll introduce it. But I'll pass it over to you guys.
Yes, actually, I want to thank Melissa Shandroff for making possible not only the 3 sections in science research, but she's really cultivated a deep interest in science research. And I had an opportunity to talk to a couple of her students who speak with great love for the work that they've been able to do, and the leadership and the level of interest and innovation and creativity that comes out of the science research program, and the efforts that Kayla will share with us in a moment, which has led to her taking initiative and going out and finding other audiences for her work. So that's absolutely remarkable, and certainly we look forward to many more students being able to do that, whether it's in science research or other science courses. So I want to thank Mrs. Shandroff, and then I want to thank Kayla and congratulate her. And we really appreciate these opportunities to see how our students actually take the content that they're learning and apply it to solving real problems, which is the whole purpose, right, of any of the content that our teachers are teaching our students. So at this point, we'll turn it over to you, Kayla, and thank you so much for agreeing to come to share your work with us. And again, we congratulate you for the scholarship that you won as a result of, or the grant, or that you won as a result of your work and your initiative. So thank you, and I turn it over to you.
Thank you so much. I want to thank everybody for this opportunity to present. However, before we begin, I was just wondering how the presentation is going to work. I've never used this system before. I've only used Zoom and such, and I was just wondering if we could work out a system where I'd be able to tell you when to click the button to change the slide, if that makes sense.
That's exactly what you'll do. Yes. So if you would say that, Kayla, Janine will advance to your next slide.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. All right then, so my project is going to be clarifying bobcat lynx rufus distribution in Westchester and Fairfield counties. It's going to be a comprehensive compilation of existing data, as well as a targeted non-invasive camera trap search in a distribution void. So basically what we're going to be doing is we're going to be taking both citizen science data, so data like from citizen science databases such as iNaturalist, where people can just report things that they've seen themselves, as well as media reports that you would see in local news, and then compiling all of that onto a map, and then using that map to figure out where there are no sightings currently, but where sightings or just bobcat populations in general are likely, and then using camera traps to try to fill in the blanks of those data and hopefully get more data points to put in. All right, so next slide. Perfect. So I'm going to start with this number. So 50,000 is the number of bobcats that are legally harvested in the US and Canada each year. And to give you a sense of scale of how many bobcats that truly is, there are 54,251 seats in Yankee Stadium. So there are approximately a Yankee Stadium worth of bobcats being harvested each year in just the United States and Canada, not including Mexico. Next slide. I'm also going to take a moment to introduce my mentor, Dr. Luke Hunter. He's the current executive director of the Big Cats program at the Wildlife Conservation Society, WCS. They're based out of the Bronx Zoo, so if you've been to the zoo, you're probably pretty familiar with them. He was also the former chief conservation officer for Panthera, which is an organization dedicated to the conservation of the Earth's wild cats. And he also has a Twitter account, which is very active, and so if you have Twitter, definitely check him out. Next slide. All right, so now to my subject, the bobcat. They're super adaptable animals. Their habitat stretches from central Mexico to southern Canada, and they are found in every mainland US state except for Delaware. As for what they look like, they're about 2 to 3 times the size of the average house cat, and they're often confused with their cousin, the Canadian lynx, and even the ocelot as well. Next slide. Okay. So bobcat prey varies based on habitat, and since bobcats are so adaptable, they're able to cover a wide variety of habitats such as marshland or forest, coastal habitat, and so on. So because they have such varied habitats, their prey also varies a lot. So they can prey on anything from a full-grown white-tailed deer to lagomorphs, which makes up the main part of their diet. So different types of rabbit, as well as rodents, different rat species, squirrels, woodchucks, etc. And then also birds, amphibians, lizards, roadkill even. They have a very diverse range of prey species. Next slide. Okay, so there are some conflicts with humans. Attacks, there have been attacks, however, they are extremely rare. And when they do happen, the bobcat is almost always either rabid or in a compromised situation, such as being injured or backed into a corner. Bobcats have also been known to hunt certain farm animals, such as goats, sheep, poultry, and piglets. However, when they do hunt, the animals tend to be untended and not really being watched. You won't really catch a bobcat like actively sneaking onto a very active farm. Finally, as their population grows, bobcats are running out of natural habitat and have started to extend their habitat into more developed spaces. So this is increasing the frequency of human bobcat conflicts, as well as bobcat deaths by automobile. So yes, next slide, please. All right, so now that I've introduced the bobcat, I'm gonna start talking about my project a little bit more specifically. Next slide, please. Okay, so what's really important for my project is to understand what the IUCN Red List is and why it is important. So the IUCN Red List stands for, this is a mouthful, so I'm sorry if I get it wrong, the International Conservation for Nature's Red List of Threatened Species. And I took this paragraph from their website because I thought it sums it up really nicely. So you might know the IUCN Red List from a news report or a documentary where they say, oh, this species endangered, this species is threatened, and those categories are called their conservation status. So that all comes from the Red List. But aside from just, having a list of conservation status of different species, it is a powerful tool to inform and catalyze action for biodiversity conservation, and also policy change, and it's critical to protecting the natural resources we need to survive. Being able to provide up-to-date information for those who use the Red List for these actions is really important, as the information found there carries so much influence. Next slide, please. Okay, so here I have a screenshot of the official map, the official bobcat distribution map on the IUCN Red List. All the orange space is bobcat habitat, and the little box right there is just kind of signaling out Delaware because you won't see bobcats there, and I just thought that was interesting. Next slide, please. So I'm going to be zooming in on where we live in Westchester as well as Fairfield County, and these are going to be my study sites for my project. As you can see, the orange area does not extend into these counties. However, next slide, please. If we are to look at a citizen science data map like that found on iNaturalist, where all these little red boxes are bobcat sightings, you can see that there have been recorded sightings in Westchester and Fairfield. This is just one of the maps that I'm going to be using. It's not I'm using 2 other maps, and those go a little bit more in depth as they include media reports and police reports as well. This is just like amateur naturalists and those who are just a little bit more interested in recording things themselves. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is going to be the process of my project. First things first, I'm going to be going through citizen science data. I'm going to be compiling citizen science data from the 3 maps, including iNaturalist and the Westchester County Bobcat map, and putting that onto a Microsoft Excel spreadsheet. I'm also going to be using media reports, and then I'm going to be creating a new map from the compiled data, using all of the sightings that we have, and then using that for the next step, which is camera traps. I'm going to be using the new map to identify areas where sightings have not been recorded, but where bobcat presence is likely. And I'm going to be deploying camera traps in that area and checking on them bi-weekly to collect new data. Finally, I have analysis and writing a report. I'm going to be analyzing both camera trap and citizen science data as evidence for the existence of resident bobcat populations, and then organizing my data and writing a paper on my findings, which I would then submit to the Red List and hopefully get them to update their bobcat distribution map. As for where I'm going to be deploying the camera traps, my mentor and I have secured permission to use properties under the Greenwich Land Trust. Next slide, please. Okay, so why does this even matter? In their habitat, bobcats play an important role as an indicator of habitat connectivity. In the counties of interest, native large carnivores such as mountain lions, wolves, and grizzly bears are now extinct, and the bobcat is now a top carnivore. Its presence is indicative of a healthy, relatively intact ecosystem. Additionally, obtaining definitive evidence of bobcat occupation in the areas of uncertainty will be useful for local officials. We're going to be sharing the data with local officials as well as community members, and are going to be preparing an information pamphlet to educate the general public on the conservation of bobcats and their habitat. The educational material will also cover any fears and misperceptions that people may have from living with bobcats. Next slide. Also, keeping the Red List up to date is vital for informing future studies, policy changes, and wildlife conservation efforts. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is where the Marshall Foundation comes in. I applied, the Marshall Foundation is a environmental science grant for high school students, and I applied and was able to get the grant, which is really exciting for me, as it is going to be super helpful in purchasing materials for my project and making it more effective. So the grant is for $5,000, and it's going to be broken down in a couple ways. The school gets $500. I get $1,000, which I'm going to be using for gas money to get to and from my study sites. My mentor gets $1,000, which he's donating to be used for the project to be able to buy more camera traps. And the $2,500 left is going to be used for the project, and I'm going to be using that to just basically purchase a lot of camera traps to be able to increase my study area. Yeah, and that's about it. Thank you so much for your time and your attention, and yeah, thank you so much.
Gail, thank you. We should clap for you. That's outstanding.
Thank you.
Mrs. Shandroff, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
So could you say a few words about the context for how students like Kayla come to discover an interest in an area such as this one?
Well, Kayla came and she definitely had an interest in the big cat population. She had seen Dr. Hunter present when she was 10 years old, actually, I think, at a meeting of the Explorers Club, which is a club based out of New York City. And so when she was trying to think about what she wanted to do, she was reading articles about bobcats in my class. and different cat populations. And so she reached out to Dr. Hunter, and he was willing to take her on as a student and offered to mentor her, and met with Kayla. He met with Kayla and myself together to come up with a project idea, which is what you're seeing here. So I'm really proud of Kayla. She wrote a great grant, which is another benefit of my class. If we can find grants to apply to, learning that skill early is outstanding. And I'm just so proud of her for getting the grant.
Thank you so much for creating that sort of kind of environment where children are, practicing being researchers by seeking funding to be able to pursue their ideas. And thank you so much for your great work, Ms. Shandroff. You're something that actually not related to this, but is, speaks to what you do and how helpful you've been. At the very beginning of, I guess it was towards the end of March, maybe, a local organization was collecting masks and gloves and wipes and different things that are, in science labs. And since we weren't using them, they basically are kind of there. So I reached out to Melissa. Melissa came in, organized all of those materials, got them ready, and then the organization picked them up that afternoon. So thank you so much for donating all of those and finding all of those and making that a priority to come up so that those materials then could go on to hospitals, which is what happened. All the masks and gloves and all the materials and equipment that was needed, that was in short supply, went on to those hospitals. So thank you so much for doing that and this wonderful work in the science research courses.
Thank you very much. And thanks for letting Kayla present tonight.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Our pleasure, Kayla.
Yeah, I just want to say that I thought, number one, the idea was excellent. Your energy was excellent. Just the focus. I mean, even like your PowerPoint presentation, I'm in consulting, and that was like a better PowerPoint presentation than a lot of professionals I see put together. So, I mean, the whole thing just had such a air of professionalism to it that I just found extremely impressive. So I just want to acknowledge that and say thank you.
Thank you so much. That's a wonderful compliment.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, perfect. So we'll keep moving on here, and we've got Ms. Bertacci to present on the seal of biliteracy.
Okay, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, great. So I believe it was in 2017, Mr. A and I came to the board with a proposal to implement the New York State Seal of Biliteracy at Hastings High School. And we received your blessing, and we began implementing it starting with the class of 2018. That class had 9 Seal of Biliteracy recipients. And we then, last year in 2019, we had 7 students. This year, I'm happy to report with the class of 2020, we have 22 students who have earned the New York State Seal of Biliteracy. So if we could move on to the next slide, I'll just very briefly summarize what the Seal of Biliteracy is. If we could move on, thank you. Great. Essentially, the New York State Seal of Biliteracy is under the auspices of the State Education Department, Office of Bilingual Education and World Languages. If we could go up a little bit in the slides, move to the one before. Back. We need to go back, please. There we go. One more back. Okay, yes, so what is the Seal of Biliteracy? So essentially, it is a recognition of, let me go to my own, I think I can see it a little bit better. The Seal of Biliteracy essentially is a recognition that students have earned they have reached intermediate high proficiency in English and another world language. And that intermediate high comes from the standards of the American Council on the Teaching of Foreign Languages. It is so it manifests itself in 4 different ways. It is a New York State diploma seal, a New York State graduation medallion, which our seniors will be receiving this year. We also give a Hastings High School Senior Award to recognize those who have become candidates and have received the seal of biliteracy, and it can also be a Hastings High School transcript designation. Now, next, why should students seek the seal of biliteracy? So when seniors come to the interest meeting, I tell them that it is it's in recognition of their linguistic accomplishment. It is potentially a professional credential for them. It can help them in building a resume, and it can certainly help them. Having the seal of biliteracy can help them in future internships and or jobs that they may have even as early as their time in college. So if we could move on to the next one. Next slide, please. Thank you. So how do they earn it? Well, the state sets up very specific criteria, but at the same time, the state also gives us some flexibility as a district in how we administer it. So essentially, students, regardless of how they have acquired English or how they have acquired their world language, they have to earn 3 points. 1 point in English and a world language comes from either an accredited exam that they have taken. It could be, and it can also come from having maintained an 85 or higher coursework average in upper level work. But the 2 points that they need for English and the extra 2 points that they need for world language come from a culminating project that consists of English and world language artifacts that essentially demonstrate that intermediate high proficiency in both languages. If we could move on, please. So what does the culminating project look like? Well, there are 2 parts to it. There's a digital portfolio and this is where students actually load their artifacts. And there are different kinds. They have to show evidence of proficiency in interpretive listening, interpretive reading, presentational speaking, presentational writing, and they also at another point have to show proficiency in interpersonal writing. And that comes from an interaction with an advisor. Each of them actually will, that's a live link. Could we click on that link? The digital portfolio. Okay. Okay. So the digital portfolio is essentially, the students are trained to set up. We have a template for digital portfolio, and students are trained to set up that portfolio. And this is where they actually put their artifacts. And each student chooses an advisor for English and an advisor for world language. And that advisor is responsible for evaluating their artifacts to make sure that they have in fact reached the standards, the intermediate high proficiency standard, or even better, they can meet or exceed those expectations. Then they engage in a little bit of a dialogue about their artifacts with their advisor in writing, and that is also evaluated. And the final step is the panel interview, and this is where the candidates with their advisors have a conversation in English and a conversation in the target language. And this is how we assess their interpersonal speaking skills. So let me tell you a little bit now about the class of 2020 Seal of Biliteracy recipients, their profile. This year, for the very first time, we had an English language learner who has earned the Seal of Biliteracy for her native language, Tagalog, Filipino, and English. We have 2 heritage speakers who have earned the Seal of Biliteracy Actually, we have to really say that they've earned the seal of triliteracy because they have demonstrated proficiency in English and 2 world languages. One did it for Spanish and French, and the other one for Romanian and French. And she's going to be saying a few words a little later. We had 2 candidates for Latin and English. 7 have earned the seal for French and English, and 13 for Spanish and English. And I'd like to present to you now the list of Seal of Biliteracy recipients. If we could go on to the next slide. You'll see the list with their languages. I'll read their names. We have Sabine Boss, Ruby Boissira, Lila Broden, Adriana Quibush, Molly Furman, Daniel Goldberg, Ali Job, Annie Kessner, Rachel Carosi, Hannah Laffer, Aaliyah Manaois, Rachel Margalit, Elizabeth Olson, Casey Ostrovsky, Sawyer Pollard, Ian Ross, Alexandra Rotmiel Esser, Anna Kami Saland, Yakira Samath, Marcus Skelton, Alexander Weitzman, and Catherine Yang. And we're extremely proud of the senior class. We've never had such a bumper crop before. These students are very, very committed language learners. And we're very proud that they were willing to do the work involved to earn the New York State Seal of Biliteracy. And as I said, in 2 cases, it was actually a seal of triliteracy. I believe Adriana Quibush is with us. And Adriana has agreed to say a few words about her experience with the Seal of Biliteracy.
Hi, can everyone hear me? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
I would first like to thank Madame Bertacchi for her continuous support. And I would also like to thank the school for the continuous resources and support provided to me along the process. As mentioned, I received my Seal of Triliteracy in English, French, and Romanian, my native language. For English and French, it was quite easy to fulfill the testing requirement since due to our strong language department, we had already taken state and national language exams throughout high school. For English and French artifacts, again, it was more of a matter of organizing these artifacts since we had already completed them for classes. It was a little bit more difficult to retain my Romanian seal since it is not a conventional studied language, and some aspects were more challenging to figure out. For example, Madame Bertacchi researched a way for me to receive one of my testing points required for my native language. In addition, since I don't take a Romanian class at the school, and since I had no work prepared for the class, I had to create these artifacts in Romanian. However, Madame Bertacchi made sure to give me enough time to complete my artifacts, and it was enjoyable to share. I enjoyed sharing more information about my culture. Again, I would like to thank Mr. Blum for assessing my English skills and Mr. Mihalcescu for assessing my Romanian. For all 3 languages, the Google site Madame Bertacchi provided students was very easy to use, which also made the entire process seamless. I also feel extremely grateful to have proof for my future that I speak 3 languages. As a non-native English speaker, it is valuable to have recognition from New York State. In addition, it feels so good to receive recognition in my native language. Scoring high on the Romanian placement exam gives me the confidence to further maintain my native language, and receiving the seal for French encourages me to further study French in college and to even study abroad in a Francophone country. I'm always happy to answer more questions and to help other students if needed in the future. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to Ms. Bertacchi as well as to you, Ms. Kribish. Does any board member want to say anything?
I just wanted to chime in to say it's fantastic. I remember when Ms. Bertacchi came and presented this idea now to see it rolling out and being so successful is wonderful. And thanks for bringing your student to speak to us.
That's great. Wonderful. And it's just great to see such a wonderful list. And it's not lost on me that we just had a conversation about science and world language, and the two presentations we just had were science and world language. And I want to reiterate, our commitment to continuing to look for ways to strengthen those programs as we're able to bring back positions. Thank you for both of those presentations. Okay, so I want to move.
Thank you, Nora.
Thank you, Nora. So I want to keep moving to the master schedule presentation. I'll pass it over to you, Valerie, for the introduction. I'm not sure who's starting off.
Sure. I can start. The conversation about the master schedule started before this year. When Melissa and I entered the school district, actually a consultant was already had already been contracted with, although the service hadn't been provided yet. At the request of the administrators, I believe it started with some questions from the Board of Education about, class sizes, the ability to, make some reductions. So again, those conversations predated Melissa and me. But when we entered in July, we didn't know enough to be able to, add to that sort of investigation or that analysis of the schedule, and it, we all agreed that we should, hit the pause button and, learn more, see more, and then, at the end of the year, reconsider bringing in this Michael Redding, who's a well-known master scheduler who works with many districts across not only the state of New York, but across the country. And he's very hard to get and to bring in. So after we were, through Melissa's efforts to really look at some of our student performance data and, have lots of conversations, both she and I, with our building leaders, we thought it was best at that point to look at, how we could ensure that efforts to ensure that our schedule, was accessible or made accessible courses to all of our students, whether the student had an IEP or was an English language learner, or whatever the student was, that every student should have equal access to all the courses. What we heard from some parents coming in as well is that some students weren't able to take language, because perhaps one of their mandated services was offered at the same time that a language course was offered, for example, and the student had to wait a year or so before they actually were able to get in. And in a form of tracking, not intentional, easily sort of crept in because, students began to be together in different classes over time because of, some of the challenges associated with the schedule. So what we decided to do, and it was really, something that at that point we couldn't, sort of defer any longer. There were some equity issues, and there were some access issues, and there were some issues with regards to the numbers of times students access their core curriculum, meaning math, science, social studies, and English. And certainly, Melissa, myself, were aware of some research that suggested, was very important at the middle school level for middle school children in particular to have daily exposure to math and science. So all of that led to identification of not the original scheduler, because that person wasn't available anymore, but through some questioning and finding out, who was doing this work. Another person who was doing this work, we discovered Mr. Elliot Mirenbloom, who came with high recommendations, and then after having more conversations with him, I introduced him to our leaders, and from there the leaders made schedules to meet with Mr. Mirenbloom and to go over their current schedule, some of the things that are are barriers and some of the things that, they are, they know they absolutely want to be able to shift. So with that work, I'll turn it over to, starting with Hillside. They met with, both Amy and John met with Elliot a few times, and they had a certain outcome. And then the next presentation will be Gail Kipper and Chris Keogh, who will talk about the work that was done at the middle school to address some of those issues that I mentioned. And then Jeanette Coker will talk about some of the things that happen at the high school that certainly weren't at the level of the elementary school and the middle school, but she can speak to some of those overarching issues or concerns, since she and the school counselors are deeply involved in scheduling. So I'll start with Amy and John.
Good evening, everyone. We put together, Amy and I, a Hillside scheduling committee consisting of various stakeholders in the building, which included myself and Amy, obviously, Laura Sullivan from the special education department, Keith Barker, who is our representative from the intermediate grade levels, Jamie Nedwick and Katie Concra from our special areas, Erin Rayner from our primary grades, Kristen Kumar from our special education department, and Julianne Snyder from counseling. Next slide, please. So going into the work, we sat down and identified some early considerations, some strengths, some concerns, and some contractual obligations that we needed to consider. Starting with the strengths in our schedule, we are on a 6-day schedule at Hillside, just like the rest of the district. There are common preps, passing time between different subject areas and different learning environments for students, common lunch periods, and that reading instruction occurs together, and that is in the first block of the day from 8:30 to 9:10. There were some concerns, which was MTSS time that's scheduled into the learning for all students throughout the day, and a 90-minute uninterrupted ELA block because there were various specials that were cutting in where the learning wasn't continuous. So those were some areas that we wanted to take a look into. And then when it came to the contractual obligations, just to consider when moving into the work, were that teachers had 318 minutes off per 6 days, and in order for a time to be considered a prep, it must be at least 30 minutes minimum. 220 minutes of teaching time for special areas, which include art, physical education, library, and music. Lunch has been historically 50 minutes long, and then that teachers cannot teach longer than 3 hours without a 15-minute break in between. Next slide, please. As we moved into the 3 days with Elliot as a team, we identified both strengths and areas of need and weakness in our schedule. So starting off with the strengths on this first slide, just reading through some of the bullets here. Collaborative planning time that happens 1 time per cycle for each grade level on a specific A through F day. That happens between 8:15 and 9 o'clock. During that time, coverage is provided for the teachers from 8:30 to 9 o'clock for student supervision. Reading instruction groups are blocked by student need. Common planning time during the 44-minute preps for teachers during the day when students are at such classrooms such as art, music, and physical education. So again, additional planning time there. Students that receive music twice a week on a 6-day cycle. Different schedule successes that come from various grade levels. Front-loading instruction for kindergarten, so a lot of their heavy learning is happening during the day, early in the day, and that in the afternoon they're losing some stamina. So trying to front-load the instruction in the morning periods. Ease of transitions from lunch and recess, just to name a few of those successes that we identified. collaborative library and STEAM that connects to classroom instruction, full-day ICT model that exists throughout Hillside, and including in those ICT classrooms are teaching assistants that are supporting instruction and the students in the classrooms, and then a choose to lose where parents are included in the conversations about what their children may miss while receiving mandated services. Next slide, please. And then we identified concerns as we move through the 3 days. Students were missing STEAM, library, music for specific related services. We thought about reading instruction being K2 and then 3-4 and not all at the same time during the day. Without a win time, students were being pulled out at all different times throughout the day for services, such as anything with reading or mathematics. Speech teachers are on a 6-day cycle, and our occupational therapists are on a 5-day cycle, so there are some scheduling conflicts that were identified there. Second grade specifically would have liked a longer STEAM time with Mrs. Farrell. There was some congestion that we identified in the hallway and movement to specials that were identified specifically by our special area teachers. Instrumental teachers can only come first thing in the AM as being shared staff. Primary grade stamina, again, having some, unfortunately, having some learning happening in the afternoon after our lunch periods. Talking about equitable STEAM time for all grade levels, additional special area opportunities for communications classes, and finally, longer work periods. 90-minute academic blocks are ideal, and again, because and not in a bad way, our students are offered so many things outside of their classroom, there is interrupted blocks of learning. Next slide.
So good evening, everyone. I'm going to walk you through the feedback from Elliot after we spent some time with him going over our current schedule and thinking about the things that were important to us as a school. Elliot then brought us together as a team to really identify the pieces that he thought were necessary for us as we considered steps forward. So the first piece that he helped us recognize was that we have limited space, and because of that, we had to be very thoughtful in how we organized our classes and our movement. Secondly, it was noted that there's very specific detail in our teacher contract, identifying our classroom teachers and our special education teachers teaching 1,692 minutes a cycle, and our special area teachers teaching 1,320 minutes a cycle. So the difference of 372 minutes there is something that plays into the way that we can schedule our teachers. He recognized the fact that we have a strong commitment to really providing our kids with a very comprehensive program, giving them opportunities outside of their classroom, giving them opportunities for further exploration. And that was something that we didn't want to lose. We talked about the idea of win time, win meaning what I need, and we had win time, and with the challenges of our schedule, we had difficulty scheduling it, and we were able to really focus on how could we re-implement the WIN program so that students would have a block time where they would be able to have some special opportunities for learning. We also talked about the commitment to making sure that our mandated students, our 504s, our students with IEPs, and our ELL students, making sure that they got what they needed and they got their mandated services as appropriate. And then finally, making sure that all of our kids had the opportunity for the least restrictive environment, ensuring that our kids could access the programs that they needed. When Elliot reflected on the work that we did together, he shared in 27 years that it was the most difficult schedule that he's seen. And the reason for it is because typically in Elliot's experience at the elementary level, most of the pull-out experiences, most of the special experiences lie within one block. But for us, we had multiple opportunities for students that were outside of that special prep block. So art, music, and PE fell within the prep block, but library and FLES and STEAM all fell outside of the prep block. And for that reason, scheduling was certainly more challenging. So we spent time looking at how could we adjust our schedule. And what we recognized was the schedule is highly complex. And for that reason, there was really very little that Elliott was able to help us do to open it up. However, we were successful in adding back our win time, and that was a great success for us. It gives us the opportunity to have a block of time, a minimum of 30 minutes of time in each grade level, where every day there will be this time that will not have new instruction. Instead, during that time, we'll be able to spend for academic remediation for students that are struggling in some level of academics. So it might be students that are receiving MTSS interventions, tier 2 or tier 3. That could be in reading, that could be in math. Students also receive MTSS in some of the related services like speech and OT at times. In addition, those related services for our students with IEPs could receive these services during the win time without missing any new instruction. And this also gives us the opportunity to add in enrichment and passion projects for students. We recognize that students want to be able to explore and have some choice and really be able to push their thinking based on what it is that interests them. So for that reason, we were very excited about the opportunity to give this time to all of our grade levels. In addition, we recognize the fact that there is an anticipated COVID slide. The NWEA had put out a white paper that talked about the prediction of student learning gaps, both in reading and in math. So we want to make sure that we can use this time to be very, very specific in our learning goals, working with students to make sure that we're closing those gaps. So ultimately, the work together with Elliott has helped us to be able to reinstate this win block and continue on with a schedule that is mostly successful going forward. Thank you.
Does it make sense to go through all the presentations and then ask across all 3 schools? I don't know, Valerie and Melissa, if you have a thought on that.
I think we could go through and then come back and look at, or have questions from the board.
I think that makes sense. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great.
So we're happy to present some changes to our master schedule as a result of our work with Elliott Marenbloom. One of the added bonuses of this year's work was that it expanded our team to include Mr. Keogh, Ms. Mateo Toledo, Ms. Sullivan, Ms. Coker, and Mr. A. DiPietro. I also want to give a huge shout out to Mr. Keogh, who can't be here this evening, but who spent an enormous amount of time and energy working with our team, working with Ms. Coker and Ms. Perez and all of the people that worked on this. He was really awesome. He's got some personal reasons for being home. They're pretty wonderful reasons, but I didn't want to let this presentation go without acknowledging the enormous work that he did on this. Next slide, please.
So overall, we were tasked to look closely at our schedule in regards to ESSA data. District leadership asked us also to look at offerings in language arts and mathematics on a daily basis, so we would be able to offer that daily. We were also asked to work within our current FTE allotment and not to increase our FTEs. So Elliott Marenbloom, as you can see, is also well known for his team model and intervention periods. And part of our work, driving our work, was our overarching goal of promoting inclusion and equal access. Next slide, please.
In step 1, we begin with our mission statement, which Janice will speak to in an upcoming slide. Elliott Marenbloom always directed us back to our mission statement when making any of our scheduling decisions. In step 2, we discussed the way the 3 tiers of RTI or MTSS are provided in our school. Tier 1, as you know, is offered in every classroom, whereas Tier 2 and 3 supports are offered during what Elliott Marenbloom calls the Flex Advisory Intervention Period, and so we'll call it now the FAI period. So in our school, the FAI period looks very similar to what our AOK offerings look like. Next slide, please.
In step 3, we looked at numerous frameworks. We'll present some of the results of the pros and cons analysis in future slides. At FMS, currently the primary framework has been much like the high school, designed around a day 1, day 2 model consisting of 80-minute blocks. In step 4, we focused on what makes the schedule unique and where it can provide flexibility. Inserts that we identified included special education services, E&L services, and encore classes such as physical education, technology, and music, art and music.
Next slide, please. We began to examine logistics, like the bell schedule. The teacher contract, as Hillside mentioned, drives much of the decision-making relative to the length of periods and the offering of services. In step 6, we also reviewed and formulated our program of studies, which constituted core subjects such as ELA, social studies, etc., and encore classes such as world language, physical education, technology, art, etc. This required us to consider the needs of our students, requiring E&L and special education support. Next slide, please.
In step 7, we looked at projected enrollment and the number of teaching sections needed at each grade level. We included our special education and our E&L projections into these. In step 8, we discussed team compositions. We looked at options such as 2 to 6 teachers on a team. We discussed how exploratory and elective teachers could be organized as a team as well. We emphasized that the schedule should provide opportunity for the least restrictive environment. Next slide, please.
Our blueprint began to emerge in step 9. This step required a lot of reconfiguration and a fair amount of adjustments. We did our best to honor shared planning time, as Mr. A. DiPietro pointed out again and again, because he's always looking out for the high school. We do know that scheduling in a small school is far more difficult. In step 10, and Mr. A. DiPietro, that was meant to be a compliment. In step 10, we begin putting teacher names into the grids. Maren Bloom was a big proponent of team models, and we tried our best to foster that with the allotment of FTEs that we were given. We needed to adjust the grid a fair amount of times during the changes that happened in the budget. This began to solidify, thus beginning to solidify our master schedule. Next slide, please.
So in step 11, this involves our counseling team going into a full data entry mode and inputting information into eSchool data. So that not only involves us looking at where everything is going to be, but it's a super time and consuming and demanding process to actually input all of those pieces in order for the computer to do what it needs to do. So accuracy is essential, and any wrong number or any of that sort throws a whole bunch of things off. If this is done early enough, we can simulate different runs and make changes. And unfortunately, this year, it was very difficult due to budgetary meetings that we had and constant changes with that in the wake of COVID-19. In step 12, looking ahead, a piece of the Maren Bloom process includes professional development. So examples of this include Tracy Tyler with inclusion, Helen Pashley with science, restorative practices, relationship with inclusion schools, introduction of the inclusion facilitator, and of course, working with our director of diversity.
Next slide, please.
From the beginning of this work, we believe that our team should consist of various stakeholders throughout the school and district. Therefore, on the list of participants, you'll see representation from our high school administration, central office administration, experts in special education and E&L services, teacher representatives, and the HTA building chapter leader. This diverse group of educators helped us consider all of the various possibilities and obstacles we may encounter with the new schedule. Next slide, please. As Gail mentioned earlier, Elliot directed us to our mission when we engaged in this work. A copy of our district mission is presented here. I'll provide just a minute for you to review our mission statement. I don't know if you can see it. Our mission statement formed the groundwork of our schedule. Elliott believes that a school schedule is the manifestation of a district's mission, vision, and values, which is critical in our push to be culturally responsive and sustaining as a district. Next slide, please.
There were many questions that we brought to this process. Some we were able to answer, and some we were not. Questions such as, how can we provide more frequent math instruction, would lead us to a different schedule model than the one we're running now. Meanwhile, questions such as, how do we design schedules around part-time and shared staff, would limit us in some of our efforts to be creative. The driving questions presented here are not exhaustive. Many questions continued to emerge as we engaged in our review and design process. But this slide should give you an idea of the complexities involved. We'll provide a few moments for you to review the driving questions. Next slide, please.
So as Gail mentioned, there are structures that make our scheduling difficult for our team. These include shared facilities. We only have one cafeteria. We cannot offer lunch at the same time of day for all students and all grades. We need to ensure the schedule honors the contract of our collective bargaining units. We need to make sure we're meeting the state mandates as far as instructional minutes and units of study. We have to ensure we are meeting the needs of students with IEPs, 504 plans, and ENL services. And lastly, we wanted to ensure we were promoting equity through the lens of the culturally responsive, sustaining educational framework, which Janice will speak to in a future slide. Next slide. Okay. When we moved to a day one, 80-minute schedule, day two schedule, it was because our analysis and review of existing research identified a number of pros, the pros for the 80-minute block. So these pros included increased quality of instruction as there was more time for reflection and preparation, opportunities for encores that were woven into the schedule. Students responded to the model, particularly in the areas of assignments and homework not being done every day, but every other day. Consistency in the transition to the high school still following the 80-minute block. More opportunities to work one-on-one with students in these sessions, resulting in more student-centered instruction. Increased time for encore classes to develop involved in integrated projects, and health and PE split, very well received by the department, allowing for a comprehensive wellness block. Meanwhile, there are some cons that come with this model, and these include less breadth because the courses do not meet every day. Managing absences or holidays is difficult because you are missing double classes. Students with memory or attention issues have commented on the difficulty of an 80-minute period. Teachers see students less frequently, so less ability to establish a rapport through a daily check-in model. And there may be an imbalance in student schedules with regards to core and encore classes. Again, these were cons that we addressed through the support of our team leaders and counselors and were anticipated in our shift. The district had asked that we seek out ways to offer math instruction daily, and the biggest con, quote, of the day one, day two schedule was that we could not offer math on a daily basis.
Change slide, please. Change slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry, thank you. In our review of the two models, we did identify pros with a traditional 9-period school day. Some of these pros included seeing students daily, increased exposure, which would lead to a better relationship building, days that were consistent with the exception of encore and skills classes, less minutes to manage in a class period, less impact in terms of absences. It should be noted that we had run a 9-period day in the past for a very long period of time, so we are aware of other pros as well. The cons identified in this schedule model included additional time in the hallways for the students, which sometimes led to the behavioral issues that often spill into the classroom, less time in the period to deliver quality instruction, less time for processing concepts, particularly felt by encore classes like technology or home and careers, when building labs or recipes may need time beyond the 40 minutes. Travel time for physical education students moving from the locker rooms to the locations. It eats a larger proportion of PE time. Students see teachers every day, which has an impact on homework and assignments. And with 9 periods during the day, deciding where you go for activity period becomes more or less of an issue. Again, these are cons that we can try to mitigate, but these presented themselves as we weighed the different models. Next slide, please. With all of this information, we ran many different iterations of the schedule. This included work with grids, blueprints, and time blocks. You can get a sense of the different versions here. I don't know if we can show them.
You'd have to press the space bar to show the different iterations if you can. If not, you can certainly kind of see around them. We tried to fit them all on one page.
Janine, I don't know if you can press the space bar to. And do you know what? Not necessary.
Yeah, it's not happening when I hit the space bar.
No problem. Let's just move forward. Next slide, please. In our review of the two models, we did identify pros with the traditional 9 school period day. Some of the highlights included math every day, which was our charge from the onset, increased opportunity for interdisciplinary work, continued, albeit less, exposure to world language in 5th grade, parallel movement for least restrictive environment to more restrictive environment, as well as more restrictive environment to least restrictive environment. Next slide, please.
In terms of meeting the needs of students with IEPs and English language learners, the new schedule allows for more access to resource room and reading options. It also provides more opportunities for students to be pulled out of classrooms as needed. So in the 5th and 6th grade, there are 2 opportunities for pullout. In 7th and 8th grade, there are 3 opportunities for pullout. The increased windows of opportunity for pullout benefits students who need both ENL and special education services. It also allows for providing individual support for our English language learners as needed. In addition, we view shorter periods as a better model for students who struggle with attention. And most importantly, the schedule allows for daily interaction with the content, which is critical for the success of students with IEPs and English language learners. Next slide, please. The New York State Culturally Responsive Sustaining Education Framework posits that educational institutions routinely confer advantages and disadvantages based on linguistic background, gender, skin color, and other characteristics that must be clearly understood, directly challenged, and fundamentally transformed. The New York State Education Department has come to understand that the results we seek for all our children can never be fully achieved without incorporating an equity and inclusion lens in every facet of our work. This understanding has created an urgency around promoting equitable opportunities that help all children thrive. With this in mind, we've created a schedule that increases access to courses and preserves the Courageous Conversation classes for grades 6, 7, and 8. It creates opportunities to begin conversations around curriculum through a culturally responsive lens. An important aspect of this process was examining the schedule through the lens of different students who walk through our halls. So we asked ourselves, what are their experiences like? How does the schedule support them? What do they have access to? As a middle school, we're confident our schedule helps to address some of these issues. Next slide, please.
So as you can tell, the development of the schedule was a very comprehensive approach, continually going back, reviewing our mission and our vision, and most importantly, creating a diverse team of stakeholders. And I really want to thank everyone for participating and for making a commitment to making this happen. The 2021 schedule, 2020-2021 schedule will be a 9-period day where students will interact with content every day. There'll be shortened class periods that support students with diverse learning styles. There'll be additional opportunities for students who require additional special education and ENL services. And there will be an increased analysis and reflection of the CRSE framework. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you for your attention.
So thank you, Amy, John, Gail, Jeanette, Laura, Janice. Let's see, did I leave anyone out? Tessa?
Chris, Melissa,
Chris,
and Melissa and
yes, Chris and Melissa. Thank you, Melissa Szymanski. Thank you for all of your work. It was a deep dive into analyzing, again, what Elliot mentioned, for those of us who had to schedule as part of our building leadership responsibilities. The schedule is the embodiment of not only the school's vision for students and values, but also the school system. So thank you for taking the time to look, very, very closely and, employ your best thinking, to correct some of those issues that were barriers for some of our students. So thank you all for that great work. And I know there will be other tweaks as we move forward, but thank you for spending the time, because it was a lot of time, and having, worked on a master schedule in a smaller school where staff was shared. There were many singletons. It was very challenging, to pull that off. So thank you so much for all the work that you did to try to move us forward to ensure equity for all of our children.
And Melissa Hardesty was a big part of this team as well, so a special thanks to her.
Yes, Melissa Hardesty. Yes, thank you. And Lou. Lou wasn't here, but Lou's always here, right?
Yes.
And
I'm still here. I'm still here.
Thank you, Lou.
And he was present as part of the process. And I do have to say, as someone who was able to sit and see and be a part of it, this was a really creative group, very, very open-minded, very solutions focused, and very much willing to let it go and to be able to create something and to shift something that is so much a part of an institution takes a lot of collaboration and a lot of open-mindedness. So being part of that was really a joy to witness and see. So thank you to everyone who participated. It was a great collaboration.
And we open it to the board for any questions that you have about any of the.
I have a comment and a question. First, I want to thank everyone for the time to do this. But I know that it's not easy. And I want to comment that I'm really happy to see the win time be solidified at Hillside. I think that it will really serve the students well to have time to be self-directed. I know Amy Case has commented on academic concerns about students re-entering into school, but I think there's also a lot of concern for students' emotional and social well-being when they return to school as well. And I think having a set aside time where they can be self-directed amongst their peers and amongst their teachers will serve them well through re-entry. As one way to feel more at ease with being back at school. My question is about the middle school schedule. I know that the main charge was to have, one of the main charges was to have mathematics instruction every day. Is it also in the new proposed schedule to have ELA every day?
Correct.
I just want to clarify that. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, I have just a question about, I think it was Amy who talked about the contractual differences that create complexity, and maybe can you just explain that a little bit more? And is that in all the schools? And maybe this is a question for Valerie or Maureen. Is that something that is normal in most districts, or are we an outlier on that? I mean, it seems like our schedule is the most complex you've seen in 27 years, which seems to me like other schools must be doing something differently.
So
as Amy, I think it was Amy.
And we can just talk about our own contract. Okay.
Yeah, so Amy and John, I think started, really, as they, through their analysis, really looked at some of the things that they couldn't change, which were, part of a collective bargaining agreement. So they're in the contract, and certainly whenever contract negotiations open for any bargaining unit, that's the opportunity to certainly have those discussions. But, and obviously when those discussions take place, if there is a desire, for example, to change any number of things that were that may have been listed that are again under the category of collective bargaining agreements, those things then are placed on the table and as part of the discussion. But those things don't come out without something else, of comparable value being given in return. So, if there are things in the schedule that, it's in the contract that the board views to be areas that you want, us to discuss with our Hastings Teachers Association, we're happy to do that. But until that happens, it isn't anything that we can change.
On what those pieces of the contract that create this complexity are? Because, and I guess my other piece of the question is, are we an outlier? Or, is this something that most schools run into, or is our district different in terms of these contractual issues that hinder our ability to make the scheduling process simpler?
Well, every school district is different, and and it's driven again by each district's collective bargaining associations and all of the agreements that have been developed over the course of many years. So it's not just the last 5 years; it's many years for every contract and every bargaining unit. I would think certainly as Amy and John reviewed with Elliot. There are certain challenges associated with the numbers of minutes and the numbers of minutes for breaks and and contractual. All of those are contractual lunches and the duties that teachers have and minutes for those educators who are not in the classroom and who covers lunch. So there are some challenges as Amy and John indicated, and as I said, the next step that would be for the board to identify those things that you want us to take to the table when we do start contract negotiations with our Hastings Teachers Association to see how we can move forward on perhaps resolving some of those.
I guess what my question is can we have that discussion now just to kind of pick out what the biggest contractual issues are? Because I heard something about minutes with special ed and general ed, but yeah, I don't have a good sense of what the issues are. So it would be hard for the board to kind of weigh in on what issues we want to bring up.
I think we need to go back to Amy's slides and start there. I think there was if Amy, if we could look at the slide where you list all of the contractual challenges, that would be a place to start. So Janine, could you bring
Valerie,
that slide?
Yes, I'm going back to it.
Did you want me to speak to that, Valerie?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Sure. So the way it works at Hillside is our classroom teachers, which are our general education teachers and our special education teachers, their contract reads that they have 318 minutes of prep time over a six-day cycle. So that works out to having 1,692 minutes of instructional time. And that's again for our classroom teachers and for our special education teachers. Our special area teachers are on a K-12 contract. So what that means is that their contractual instructional time is 1,320 minutes. So over the 6-day cycle, they teach 1,320 minutes. So what ends up happening is it becomes more challenging when we're working the schedule, because in order for them to be scheduled fully, their prep time needs to be 44 minutes for each grade level. And that would give them the 220 minutes a day. So it makes it more difficult when we're trying to build the schedule. And with Elliot, when we tried to look at different scenarios, because our teachers are on different times, that's what made it challenging. Elliot had talked about the fact that sometimes contracts might say something like, a specific amount of prep time a day, right? So teachers get X number of minutes a day of prep time, and then it's just the same for everybody. So it's made it easier in a schedule. But our schedule, because we're paying attention to everybody, we have to make sure that all of our teachers' contracts are honored.
Got it. That's thankful. That's helpful. Is this mainly in the elementary school, or do we run into this issue in the middle school and high school as well? Or I mean, that's for Gail and Lou.
Gail, Lou.
There's similar issues. We can't have can't have 4 consecutive classes in a row. I mean, there are a ton of complexities developing this schedule with shared staff, which makes it very problematic within a small school, and also with contractual obligations. For as long as I have been here, we've always managed to pull the schedule together, and it's been a very good.
Excuse me, I'm going to mute everyone, and then whoever's speaking can speak, because we're getting a lot of pickup. All right, so whoever is speaking can unmute themselves.
Yeah, I think I just want to say that the teacher's contract really never deterred us from being able to create just a fine schedule that's worked very well in the past. And the teachers union, when we've run into issues, we've always been able to work it out together.
Yeah, it's Lou. Just want to jump in. I mean, from the high school perspective, I think it's a lot different than it is at the elementary school when it comes to teachers' time, because we're dealing with departments and specific coursework. Where down at the elementary school, the teacher is the teacher and covers all of the subject areas, and there are longer blocks of time that they have to worry about down at the elementary school. So we really don't have any problems when it comes to minutes. In reference to the high school, shared staff does cause a problem because there are some guidelines as to, as Gail said, number of classes in a row. Everyone has to get a duty-free lunch in certain periods and things like that. So that sometimes causes a challenge, but I wouldn't call that a challenge based on contractual language. It's just more of a challenge because of shared staff.
Got it. It's helpful to know, since it seems like this, I mean, it's pretty striking that Elliot, who works with tons of schools, said this was the most complex that he's seen in 27 years.
Can you talk to this idea that in the Hillside presentation, John and Amy, you spoke about, I think it was a line, I don't know if it was directly from Elliot Marenblum or not, but there's 90, I think it said something along the lines, 90-minute academic blocks are ideal. Can I think, one of the things we're bumping up against, it looks like across Hillside and FMS, is this idea that there are pros and cons. And I think the slides that Gail and Jeanette went through talk to a pro and con on both sides. And so I think we're in this position of kind of managing, whatever option we pick is going to have issues at FMS, and sounds like it may be at Hillside as well. But I'm wondering if maybe Amy and maybe Gail, you could talk to, and maybe again Valerie and Melissa too, to the degree that it's just a broader academic perspective and point of view. This trade-off between 90-minute and 40-minute, and squaring this line in the Hillside presentation, a 90-minute academic blocks are ideal, and we're moving to 40 at FMS. I mean, how do we think about that and square that as a district?
Sure. Doug, I just want to clarify. Oh, sorry, Melissa. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to add, so at the elementary level, when you're thinking about child development and you're thinking about 90 minutes, it's really around this uninterrupted block of instructional time. So meaning having 90 minutes that's contiguous without having a special area, so that students are not in the middle of something and then they have to stop and leave, because they don't operate under a discrete period like students in the middle school would, you know, that may be changing classes. So it looks different. And also when we're talking about ELA at the elementary school, we're talking about reader's workshop, writer's workshop, we're talking about word study, we're talking about interactive read aloud. So lots of different components that are going into that. And, you know, in terms of the learning at the middle school, it just looks different. So, you know, again, we're talking about a discrete period, and we're talking about the approach that's happening there just looks different. And so thinking about the uninterrupted time at the elementary school, a 90-minute chunk of time, he's saying doing that daily is really important. Whereas, you know, if you're looking at the middle school, it's very important to have daily instruction in core content areas.
I'd add to what Melissa just shared. New York State requires under RTI regulations that every child in K through 5 has 90 minutes of uninterrupted literacy instruction. So that's specific to ELA, which is really what makes possible the work that's happening with the reading and writing workshop that's in, I guess, year 3 or 4, at least going into the 4th year at Hillside. I would feel differently about, taking away the block at the middle school if they were also implementing the reading and writing workshop model. So, you know, and obviously they know best about, and they were left to make a determination around, what to do to ensure those, that those barriers were removed. There was no requirement nor an expectation about reducing the, stepping away from the block. Actually, that was one of the things that none of us wanted to do, which was to step away from, the block. But even if we could hold on to 60-minute blocks of instruction, that would have been desirable. But as we know, in comparison to other middle schools around, around around the area of Hastings, as well as in the lower Hudson region, most, if they haven't had for a very long time, a literacy block for 90 minutes, and it's designed to support the work around the reading and writing workshop. Most, continue to have, a 40-minute, 45-minute block of time. So, I think if the middle school was, thinking of moving towards a reading and writing workshop model for ELA, that's a time I think to really think about how to make that happen. And certainly mathematics, having enough time, for mathematics instruction, ideally it's 60 minutes a day, but obviously, there's competition for that time, and, offering the other content areas, especially at the elementary level, where it's not just the 90 minutes of uninterrupted literacy instruction, but it's, getting, the appropriate amount of math instruction, science instruction, and social studies.
I guess, it seems to me like there's a lot of, considerations, and it's a very complex set of decisions and variables that were taken into consideration. I just want to, we're at a moment right now where we are, it seems to me, and again, I've never done scheduling. I don't really have the specific knowledge or in order to make these calls. So I'm obviously kind of an outsider looking at all the experts on this call to be able to come to a conclusion. It sounds like there's a lot of considerations. I just want to make sure that we're moving in the right direction, that this is the right call. I think it seems to me that one of the real values is it creates an opportunity to really give children I mean, it enables this more inclusive environment. And it seems to me like that was a real driving factor in moving to the 40 minutes. Plus, children are have the opportunity of math every day and ELA every day. So there seems to be some real positive benefits. And I know on the board, there are people who are in education and have been in education. And I just want to make sure that that the right robust conversation is occurring right now regarding this topic, so that let me just, hey, Tim, if you're listening, I think we're hearing a lot of knocking on your side. That the right robust conversation is occurring as we make this decision, and we're not, I don't know, maybe if we knew COVID was coming, we wouldn't have gone down this path right now this year. But we were there, we started going down it, and I think we're all kind of tired after a lot of marathon board meetings. And it seems like we're making a significant decision right now. And I just want to make sure, and I'm in no way saying it's the wrong decision, but I want to make sure the right robust dialogue is occurring around this, so that, we can look back and we can say, we really thought through this. And again, it's not a knock on anyone on this call. I think we're all tired and we're all dealing with a degree of challenges we never thought we'd be dealing with, while we were also thinking about changing the schedule, which is significant at, I think, some of the most significant changes are going to be at FMS. So there's no specific question behind that other than to say, are we having all the right conversations here? Are we considering all the right things? And if we're not, I think this is the time that we want to make sure that we're bringing those up. So I just throw that out there.
Along those lines, can someone just talk to me about the transitions? So your 40-minute classes, right? That's not presumably 40 minutes inclusive of transitions. How much time is left to get from class to class?
There are a couple of minutes that are afforded for students to travel from one class to the next.
How much, right now under 90, how much time is set aside?
The same traveling time is set aside. It's a couple of minutes.
Okay. I guess, the question I have is operationally for teachers, how much time does it take generally to get a class on track, and how much time is taken at the end of the class as kids pack up their bags to 40-minute classes really translate to 34-minute classes, just to try to get a full understanding of that?
Our charge at the beginning of the year was to create a schedule where youngsters met with content every single day. And in order to do that, we needed to develop this kind of a schedule. So there are pros to the 40-minute schedule. There are pros to the 80-minute schedule. There are people that have taught 40 minutes that feel that this is the best way to do it. There are people that have taught in a block that feel they would never want to go back to a 40-minute. But again, our charge was to create a schedule where all children were interacting with content every day, where some of the barriers were removed for youngsters who receive special education services, where we provided a schedule that afforded everyone, for the most part, as much as possible, equal access. And that's the schedule that's been created.
Can I
So
jump
if you
in?
were to just,
Oh, go ahead.
if you were to just ballpark, do you have, I don't mean to put you on the spot, of a 40-minute class time, do you have a sense for how much is active teaching with set up and take?
We had a 40-minute schedule for many years. And then there was a directive to take a look and do some research on the 80 minutes. And we did that. And the team that came together at that time felt that 80 minutes was a better schedule for our children. Youngsters could spend more time in depth in content. So again, there are pros and cons to each. But given our charge, this was the schedule that we needed to create.
I see. And then one more question for me, just around, I guess you probably looked at and it just wasn't feasible, but maybe you can comment on it, a hybrid schedule. That was something that I'd heard talked about just in very general terms, where ELA and math would be at 40 minutes, and then other classes would be in 80-minute blocks. It would be a hybrid model. Was that not possible? Was that looked at and found to be not possible? If so, maybe at 10,000 foot level, could you talk about why it wasn't possible? If it wasn't looked at, maybe talk about at 10,000 feet why it wasn't looked at.
I think every iteration, Tim, was looked at. I will tell you that hundreds of hours have been spent, both the time that was spent with Elliott Marenblum and the time that our team worked through weekends, through evenings. There were so many iterations. I can't speak specifically if that particular iteration was looked at, but the only way that working within a small school district with shared staff that we could fulfill the charge we were given was to develop this schedule. We could not develop a hybrid schedule with shared staff that worked and satisfied the charge given. Jeanette, am I speaking out of turn, or is that? Well, since Jeanette's not answering, I'm not speaking out of turn.
No, I apologize. My unmute was not working. No, you're not speaking out of turn. It is a difficult, it's a difficult task to do, even when you're working with both schools in 80-minute blocks. There are a lot of considerations. There are a lot of singleton courses that we have to take into consideration. There's a lot of ICT classes that we have to make sure that every student gets scheduled. In a high school, that becomes a little bit easier because students can have study halls. In middle school, they don't have study halls. So we have to make sure that every period, whether it's a 4-block day or a 9-period day, that they're going somewhere and they're getting something. And that includes them getting their minutes and everything that the state requires, plus all the things that they want. The wonderful AOKs that we offer, everybody who wants to get into chorus and band and art and do all of those things too. So there are difficulties that lie with that as well. It's a challenge.
Doug? Can I respond? Hi. Can you hear me? It's okay. First of all, I want to thank you all. I think this was really an excellent presentation, and I am blown away by the amount of work that went into it and the incredible group of people who met and put this together. I want to thank you, Doug, for what you raised about, are we talking about the right issues and the right questions? And are we going to go down a road and then at some point look back and say, how did this happen? Or did we make this decision at midnight on a, whatever night it is, Monday night? But I guess I have to say that it doesn't seem to me that it's not really clear to me that we are making a decision. It seems like a decision was made. And according to what Gail's saying, that something had to be, there was a directive given, and this was the best alternative to kind of fulfill that, and that's kind of where we are. It makes me sad because I think a 40-minute period for middle school kids seems like barely enough time. I actually confess that I just texted my son, who's a middle school teacher, to ask him how long the periods are that he teaches, and they're 65 minutes. And I just I did it only because it felt to me like maybe I'm too much out of touch or not in the classroom. But to echo what Tim said, I guess by the time kids get in and they're leaving, I just wonder about, I get the pros and the cons, but in terms of the depth and what some kids could do in that time. But I'm not sure that, I think that we've been given recommendations that meet what was requested, and it's kind of, I think the experts came up with something to present to us that we need to, I'm not sure what else there is for us to do.
Are we being asked to, I mean, Can you clarify that for us from what Jody said? Is this something that we are?
No, what the plan was, going back, I guess, to maybe February or March, was for the teams to work with Elliott to remove any barriers to access to, coursework, to, we looked extensively at student performance data, and clearly there was a math issue. So it made all the sense in the world to look at, is an every other day, math block helping those children? Is that, does it work for some students and not for others? As I said, the research says whether you're reading Madeline Hunter or Richard Ellington, they speak, extensively about the need for daily exposure. So wonderful, it's wonderful if it was 60 minutes. It's, but I don't think 40 minutes of, where teachers are also going to be working, they have time to plan together. They didn't have much of that time, in the other schedule. So they have team time, which is really, a very essential component of a middle school, infrastructure. Teachers having an opportunity to meet together, to plan together, to review, student work, so there are a lot of merits and benefits to that. And that has been a barrier, on top of, some of the other things. And as I said, I'm not saying any of this is done on purpose, but, when we know that, as we look at student performance data or any data that we look at on students, and we find that not all of our students are, have access to, full access to, rigorous courses, or when they want to have language when it's offered, or when they want to, to take a, Algebra 1, whatever it happens to be. We have to look at the schedule as one of the mechanisms that need to be adjusted. And some districts look at the schedules every year, if they don't need like an event, to lead them to that inquiry. So it's a natural part as we look at, student performance data, whether it's external or internal, and we see we need, there's something that, isn't, doesn't meet our expectations with regards to all students, equal access for all students, then, it's our obligation, it's our moral obligation to make the adjustment. So, if we can live with, if the dilemma is a moral dilemma, if you can live with all of the, the cons, and you want a 60-minute or a 90-minute, whatever block, Gail can, they may not want to do this, but they can certainly go back to it, and we can forget those children who don't have, the same access as other children. So that's up to the board, but, it wasn't brought to, for approval as much as presenting to you what the people who know best are bringing as the best thinking that they have around, how to mitigate some of those barriers that I don't think any of you would want your children to be facing, whether, in terms of not being able to access certain classes because your mandated requirement happens during that same period, and that is never changed in the master schedule. Or as I said, you want to refute, research that says what children need every day in terms of access to math, science, social studies, and English. That's if that's the argument, but it's up to, so if you feel that this is not what you want, and you have a different idea about, as I said, some of those things that were really, to me, untenable in terms of, needing to address and deal with. I mean, we spent so much time looking at student performance data and so much time trying to make sure we, did as much as we could to kind of, prevent certain, types of occurrences that would only lead to more time, more administrative time, more resources to provide, professional learning, so any number of things that if we didn't find a way to change some of the barriers, or to remove some of the barriers that interfered with the success of some of our children.
I do understand.
Well, I was just going to point out, I'm just going to be really quick. Yeah. If we want to go back to slide 2 at some point on the FMS presentation, I mean, I think it lays out the 5 goals, and maybe we just want to dig in there and just make sure we're really clear on the mandate that was given, because sometimes we're just not super clear on the mandate because there's 1,000 things going on. But if we pull that up, and Allison, why don't you ask your question and we can come back to that?
Well, I do understand, I think, the mandate, and I understand what Valerie is saying about daily contact. The parts that stand out to me just as a bit worrisome are, 9 classes a day for middle schoolers, who tend to be it tends to be a chaotic time to begin with. I know when I was teaching middle school, there is sort of a 3 to 4 minute settle down time. And, then maybe you're giving the homework at the very beginning too. So when you subtract that and then the getting your stuff ready at the very end, you are looking at a pretty short time for teaching. I guess that's what made me think back to when you mentioned the 60-minute possibility. So there would maybe be 7 classes a day. I know I hate to bring these things up because I know you guys have spent so much time, but my mind is going to the hybrid idea, cycling through double periods sometimes for some classes so they could go into more depth, or some other thing that would still allow the daily contact in the places where that's required, but also give some of the, this longer time that has been pointed out as so valuable.
I can only respond by saying we worked with an expert in this field. Elliot Merenblum is sort of renowned for his work in scheduling. Valerie brought him in. He was incredibly smart. He had an expertise that none of us had. And we had a group of people from very different perspectives all working together for many hours. We couldn't come up with a hybrid, and we couldn't come up with a 60-minute that addressed the concerns that were presented at the onset. This was the only schedule that we were able to develop that managed to address those concerns, so that barriers were reduced, so that children interacted with content every day. That's what we were asked to do, and this schedule does that. There was not another iteration that we could develop. We did look at 60 minutes. Our preference, the high school, is 80 minutes. You couldn't do that. We have shared staff. So I appreciate all the concerns that folks are raising. Their concerns, and those were issues that came up countless times during discussions. And again, I'm going to say that we, in the past, when I first started here, we had a 40-minute schedule. And the 40-minute schedule, people got used to it, and kids settled down reasonably quickly, and they packed up reasonably quickly, and everybody sort of got into a routine. So, and I will also say that this is a schedule that we have already begun scheduling children, and it doesn't mean that we can't go back and undo it. But again, hundreds of hours, and lots of our kids have begun to be scheduled into this program.
Yeah, I just want to say that, thank you to the group that worked on this, and I just get how challenging this was. Sorry, go ahead, Lauren.
No, I was just going to add that that I think it would, in an ideal situation, to have 60-minute blocks so that children could have access to core content every day, could potentially in the future be a goal that we work toward to continue to look at. I think that the settle down and the transfer time and things like that are impactful on kids learning. But I want to add that we also do, children in the middle school are now accustomed to working in Google Classroom. So if the note is just check Google Classroom for your assignment that's due tomorrow, and not having to go through a lot of discussion to explain out homework, I think that that there are skills now that children are learning as a result of distance learning that could come into play to make those transitions move more smoothly. But the bigger thing that I was thinking about were the 2 pieces of data that were not at the charge of this look at the schedule, but it came into the board's discussion this winter, which were the climate survey and the PTSA tutoring surveys. And I think those two pieces of the information, the data that came from those surveys and from students directly were really impactful. And I think, I think a lot of the disconnect that students spoke about might be alleviated if they saw their core content teachers more routinely, developed relationships with them on a more continuous basis. I think there might be a change that occurs in the climate of the school as a result of seeing those teachers every day, as well as the impact on the necessity for intermittent tutoring or long-term tutoring to keep up with academic content if they're able to see and have real instruction from those core teachers every day.
And can you, Gail, just talk a little bit, or perhaps someone, I don't know if someone else might know, but the answer to this, or someone else was working on this aspect of it. Can you talk to this idea of the team model and the value? It sounds like something that Elliot Marenblum was a really big proponent of. Kind of what that is and the value and the power of it.
Well, the value and power of team planning focused particularly in middle school, because what Elliot has supported and what our old schedule wasn't quite able to do is to have the same group of teachers working with the same youngsters, so that there's an ability to do interdisciplinary work as well as speak to the strengths and areas that need to be supported for individual kids. So there's no question that in a middle school schedule, what we want to be looking for is teachers' ability to come together who are working with the same group of kids. Teachers can learn from one another. They plan curriculum together. It's interdisciplinary. They get to know children and their families in depth in ways that they otherwise would not. So there are huge benefits to the team that we've been able, the team idea that we've been able to develop here with this schedule. Now, so I think that answers the question.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's it's such an important point, and I think especially because of how much change is going on in our society, how much change is going on in the world, and how much kind of integrated team-based value, the teachers leaning on each other, collaborative and collective thinking. And I certainly understand the value of the longer periods, but I do think in this evolving and changing world, now I can obviously speak more to the kind of the adult and the professional world, but maybe that's really important, right? Because it's that ability to do that, and we are talking about adults here, right? Because we're talking about the teachers and the adult development side of it. I think it's just so easy in our world with so much going on these days to just get caught in your own kind of your life gets busy. You've got your process, and you're doing your thing, and you kind of get into your rhythm. And we've all been there. And before we know it, we find we're kind of caught in what feels like just an easy rhythm, but it quickly becomes a rut. And having a group to really collaborate in a more intentional and regular way, I do see as one of the key values of this process. So I do see that that's something that I certainly hear the certain members of the board sharing some concerns about this, shorter periods. And Allison, as you said, kids getting settled in, and something about all the movement. But I do see freeing up the adults' ability to plan together can have a materially positive impact, on the children as well.
Doug, can I just add something? It's Laura.
Sure.
I just want to say that one of the charges also was to promote inclusion and equal access, and the children with IEPs didn't really have equal access to all of the classes. And I know that you could, discuss 60 minutes, 40 minutes, and 80 minutes. One of the benefits of having more periods in a day is it lets children with E&L services or special education services receive the supports that they need, while also having access to the same electives that their peers have access to. So that was a big discussion. And you know, to Gail's point, this was not easy. This was definitely not easy, and it was a lot of people working together. And Elliot threw everything at us, everything, you know. And I participated in the elementary school and the high school, and really, when we tried to always keep those goals that we had on that first page that you had asked to bring back up at the forefront, this is really what led us back to this. And by keeping all stakeholders and all parties their needs, I think this is what we were able to come up with, and this with the support of Elliot. So I know there's a lot of discussion that could go back in terms of time and the amount of, but I think that this is right now, this is a really good schedule that based on what Elliot supported us through, that really does at least provide equal access to the children with special education needs.
Just one more quick question. I understand everything that you're saying, and I do really appreciate the teacher meeting time. I think that's essential. So I'm glad to see that's in there. I'm wondering if, as this moves forward, teachers could maybe talk about nights that they would assign homework or something like that. Just thinking about the load for middle schoolers receiving homework every night. I'm not sure where special ed stands on that or the length of the homework, but wondering if that's going to be part of the discussion moving into the 40-minute blocks.
Well, again, I'm going to say that many of the teachers at FMS taught in the 9-period day with 40 minutes. So we have lots of seasoned folks who are pretty clear on how to work with children in the middle school and how to adapt the homework schedule to a 9-period day rather than an every other day.
So I'm feeling like we're at a place where we can probably move forward here with the meeting. You know, it sounds to me like so. First of all, everyone that worked on this so hard. You know, Gail, when you say hundreds of hours, that's a lot of hours, and I can only imagine the back and forth that you all had. And so really appreciate that and keeping those goals front and center. You know, it certainly seems as though this is, you know, not ideal, but then again, nothing is. Everything's going to have some trade-offs. It seems like we're, you know, we're in a spot to move forward here. So thank you for everyone, the entire list of people on all of those pages for doing this work. I don't know, Valerie or Melissa, if there's anything final you want to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, so, you know, we're couching all of this and thinking about equity, thinking about access. And, you know, we're also really continuing to think about the data. We have vulnerable groups of students, particularly in the middle school, when we're looking at average ELA and math academic performance level, average ELA and math academic progress level, math academic progress level, and it spans across many different groups. And so scheduling is one component of that. So thinking about daily contact, and there will always be trade-offs. You know, there is no perfect schedule, but the points that were brought up around like programmatically giving students the opportunity to interact with their core content every single day, having groups of teachers working as a collective, and you know, continuing to think about the relationships that they're fostering with the adults and being able to see them on a daily basis. So again, you know, certainly pros and cons, but at the end of the day, we wanted to make sure we were creating something that was really very equitable and addressed the data points that we're already showing tremendous vulnerability around.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, so thank you for all that work from everyone. So let's keep moving with the schedule tonight. The next item is implications of moving to a contingency budget. Maureen and I, a big question we've been getting from the public is, if we move to a contingency, is I think a lot of people on this call are aware, but some people might not be as aware. Typically, when we have a budget, we go out to vote. If it doesn't pass, we get a shot at another vote. Due to timing and this late voting date, as well as everything being done by absentee ballot, it's really not a feasible option. So we're left with this situation where if the vote doesn't pass on the budget, we will be in a contingency budget environment. And a lot of people in the community said, what does that mean? And so instead of talking about it in just kind of broad conceptual terms, we worked together to come up with a potential scenario, which is a document we'll share with the public. But before we do that, in case there's any tweaks, wanted to share it with the board first. So I can walk through at a really high level some thinking, and then maybe Maureen, can help, and we can just kind of walk through this a little bit. And Valerie and Melissa may have been involved in some of the conversations as well around some of the specific reductions. Before we jump into that, though, I know there was a question during the public hearing that Lisa Litvin raised around PD and specific numbers. And I want to just pass the meeting for a second over to Maureen to just clarify, when it comes to PD, what is the dollar amount, the exact dollar amount currently in the proposed budget?
So there's two different buckets. I think there's the buckets in which we're talking about outside individuals who come in to provide professional development, and that represents those amounts are in that $70,000 range. And I think, as Jeremy was just trying to point out, the monies for, as an example, Gravity Goldberg's contract and the other BOCES staff development monies that are in the budget for next year, they would then be, because we purchased the service through BOCES, we receive about 50% back on the service on those particular contracts. So I think that was the kind of one of the pieces on that. But there are additional dollars in the budget, also in a staff development line, which is conferences again, and much of these are for memberships that we participate in to get our faculty access to certain PD and ability to participate in different workshops and such. But then the other bucket of money that was also a piece of it, which is the staff development dollars that are assigned for teachers who during the summer, this is something that occurs pretty much every year. Our teachers, along with our Melissa and the chair people, will typically spend time aligning curriculum. So there are dollars for that work that occur every year, because, as an example, maybe when they created the Courageous Conversation, some of that curriculum work would be done over the summer with the team when they're working on science standards. So the other portion of the money is those dollars earmarked for teachers to work on that. So that's when you do add up those different line items, that's where you come up to the 155. Historically, the number has been higher, but again, there's always a need to have monies, certainly for the teachers to engage in that work, and it does sometimes occur throughout the school year, after school, occasionally when they're working on aligning either standards or other things that may arise during the year. So I think that's kind of the different dollars. So in adding those together, that is a dollar amount is that higher dollar amount.
And just to compare that to
Says-
last year, were we closer to like the 250 range last year? So the budgeted is
yeah,
about
I guess that's-
$100,000. I think
so
it was some.
Yeah, the line items did go down, so we did reduce Gravity Goldberg's her particular contract. I just want to, I'm sorry, look at the lines in particular. Yes. So if you look at it over on a year-on-year basis, that went down by 64. That was 94. We did reduce it from our current allocation by over like about $115,000 or so.
Right.
A reduction from the current year. So they're the way the budget's broken down, and again, that money, you know, for the teachers is kind of actually is a reduced amount, and also be for even less hours as like the rate of pay goes up. So that particular line item went down as well. So, but it is in different parts of the budget. So just to clarify.
So that was helpful. So thanks for clarifying that. So I'm going to just quickly walk through this. It's the second page of that document. There's just a cover note for the community. And then the second page is some contingency budget scenarios. And then, you know, if something's not, you know, a little off, you know, I'll do it at a high level, and then Maureen can talk to us a bit more of the details, which is where the board may have some questions. But just in case there's, you know, people in the public listening, you know, the way to read this spreadsheet, which it's much easier if you maybe bring it up on your computer than look it on the screen, unless you've got eyes that I don't have. You know, the first column shows last year's budget, or the one that we're currently in. So 2019, 2020, you go through and you can look through that budget. You get to the bottom, and that's the tax cap calculation sitting in this year that we use to get to next year. So, for example, in line A13, you'll see 43,908,000. That was our tax cap this year. So that was sitting in 1920, what our tax cap was for 2020, 2021. You can see that if you go up to 11B, that is our proposed tax levy. So that's where the 50,000 difference is that Maureen referred to. You know, 43,908, 43,857. In B11 is the 50,000 under the tax cap that we are. And so, you know, so B represents the budget that is out there proposed to the public. And if you go down to the bottom of B, this is where some of the implications, you know, what you'll see is, so Maureen worked to put together using the about 12-step process that is used to come up with a tax cap calculation. What would the tax cap look like in 2020, 2021, looking out towards 21, 22? And so right there, you'll see that it says, if we pass this current budget, we would be in a situation where we could raise the levy by 44,508,000. Which is, you know, so this year our tax cap was at 3.21. And next year, the max will be 1.49. So what does that equate to? That means if we pass this current budget, we're going to be able to raise the tax levy by $651,000. If you go to the very bottom, 18B, which is the same across all of 18, you'll see that currently our contractual expenses themselves go up about $800,000. So if we pass the current budget, we're already in a situation where we're going to be raising less money in the tax cap than our expenses will go up. Now, of course, people will say, okay, but contractually, can you change this? Can you change that? Obviously, some of that's easier said than done. We will be next year in a renegotiation of the teacher's contract. There will probably be some other places we can bring contractual expenses out, but we're never going to get rid of those. I mean, those are going to be there, and they will be obviously going up because, you know, just that's kind of the nature of you know, the CPI and just the cost of living increase and things of that nature. Now, we don't know what environment we'll be in. We don't know how those contracts are going to go. There's so much up in the air. So these are obviously just ballparks. So then you move to, well, what would a contingency budget look like? So a contingency budget would require If you look at line 11, property tax levy, you'll see contingency goes from currently proposed 43,857. We would have to go down to what we actually proposed, what we actually used this year, what we actually levied this year, which was 42,543. That's 11C. So that's a $1.3 million difference. So where does that come from? And that's where all this blue writing comes in. Where does the 1.3 million come from? Well, so what we're proposing here is, and this is what we want to talk with the board about, is removing an additional 500,000 from the budget, which you'll see and actually all of C1, 2, 3, 4 should have been blue. That's black, so we'll change that. That should all be blue because that's all just a potential scenario at this point in the game, which gets our budget down to 51,160,000. So that budget for next year is actually less than the budget for last year, right? So if you think about that, we've got $800,000 in increased expenses contractually. We haven't been able to renegotiate those as of yet. We've got $1 million lost already in state aid, and our budget and we will be losing the extra tax levy. So that gets our budget to 51,160, and then the other 800,000 you'll see in line C8 comes from deploying 800,000 from a couple different reserve funds, which you can see. So if you go to the bottom, what you see there is we have the same 1.49% raise in the taxes ability under the tax cap, which is almost the same dollar amount, 651 in B14 and 632 in C14, but we're already starting $1.3 million lower. So our max ability to tax next year then would be $1.3 million lower, because you've got to add the 651 and the swing all the way down to negative 680 to get us at, so we're essentially create a hole in the ability to create revenue that will, that will continue for years to come. And then you'll see in the boxes on the right where the suggested both reductions out of the budget are and the use of reserve funds are. So that's just quickly walking
I just want to jump in at this point to say, can I just jump in about that? You know how when you look at those boxes and then and they would appear to be very similar, the two, the ability next year with that in a contingent budget, or whether in a budget next year what those tax increases would be. But you also have to consider that if we weren't a contingent budget, the money that we use to plug some of the hole this year will no longer be there next year, right? So. Yeah. Pulling those dollars out this year, so if you just focused on the, line 14, you may say, well, that's not too terrible. Like you're just, able to levy more, but then you also have to consider that line 8, you know what I mean, may also be, greatly a very different number next year, right? So in addition to not being able to, that ability of that lost levy, Doug, as you pointed out, you do also have to consider it's not so much even those boxes as, where does that revenue that is being used in this current, that appropriation has to be considered that will not, or not that amount would not be available next year. So how does that get backfilled? Like, where's that money coming from? So that's where you see how you could end up with in this scenario, a potential of another $2 million gap, right? With a failed budget this year.
I think that's really important to understand, which is, the $1 million we lost this year, or we're projecting to lose this year, we're planning on it to be conservative. There's a world in which that money can come back fairly readily if the state aid comes back, right? There's no way. So once we lose that 1.4 million from the budget, those cuts are going to have to be more permanent, because we can't keep dipping into reserves to fill those. We can do it for this year, but those will be just, that money will be forever gone from the revenue line. So that's a little bit about the contingency budget. Just wanted to get the board's reaction to this, reaction to some of the potential reductions, the breakdown between reductions and contingency, reductions and reserves.
So I mean, I guess the thinking in terms of the breakdown, just in case you're wondering how that, you know, the to plug the entire thing would be just too much of a, it would have again created that additional burden next year or so, but also understanding that to take another 1.3 million reduction would be devastating to the budget. That is not something, I think when we talked about the contingent budget, to be clear, it's not required to be only a reduction. You can deploy fund balance. So again, trying to think quickly about what would be, you know, what we would potentially do this year, and being hopeful that there would be some restoration of state aid next year, but it would continue to be problematic moving forward. But this recommendation here takes the majority in the contingent budget cycle. What we're suggesting here is to take, you know, cover a good portion of it through deploying fund balance, and there would still be a need to at least, you know, cut $500,000 additional from the budget.
Maureen, I want to pause this conversation right now, and you know, I apologize that someone and they never got tapped. I should have pushed up the tenure conversation. So I want to come, because I know there are people on the call waiting for the tenure conversation. So let's pause this. We'll come back to it. And I want to move on to the tenure recommendation. I'm not sure who's on the call to read. I don't know if Gail is on the call.
Yes, Doug, it's Gail. I
Okay.
am. I also
Okay.
would apologize to Chadi. I know she's been on since the beginning. I think she should get tenure based on the fact that she stayed through this entire time. All right. It really is a great pleasure to recommend Shadia for tenure. Ms. Madera is a versatile and multifaceted educator. During her 4 years in the district, Shadia has taught grades 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, and 11. So only a few grades that she hasn't taught in all of the schools. In addition, she's overseeing the ENL testing of students in all grades. At FMS, Ms. Madera has served in the role of the building's full-time ENL specialist. She's worked as a language arts teacher and interventionist on the 6th grade team. On many occasions, she displays an extensive knowledge of the important concepts in her disciplines and how these relate to other curricular areas. These roles involve a great deal of planning and preparation. Knowing students deeply is critical in this endeavor. Chadia seeks out information about her students through reflective surveys and through inventories. She also participates in parent evenings for families who have students receiving ENL supports. Her commitment to learning about her students is pivotal to her success and to the students' success. As part of her responsibilities, Chadia has worked closely with general education and special education teachers. As a new language specialist, Ms. Madera brings important insight and information to educational planning for all of our students. This year, Chadia has provided small group support while co-teaching in the LA classroom. This has required coordinating schedules to ensure adequate planning for these important responsibilities. Teachers at FMS have commented on how valuable Ms. Madera's universal supports are. They're available to all students while providing the targeted assistance that students on her caseload require. Assessment is at the heart of what Ms. Madera does. When you sit in her class, you see quickly that she has a finger on the pulse of her learners. She crafts differentiated materials and employs a variety of ENL strategies such as scaffolding, visuals, realia, total physical response, which is TPR, graphic organizers, reading strategies, and comprehension strategies. Ms. Madera pulls upon different resources when planning instruction and developing comprehensive support plans. These include Stephanie Harvey and Ann Guvis, the Comprehension Toolkit Language and Lessons for Active Literacy, grades 3 through 6, and Lucy Calkins Reading Writing Workshop Units of Study. Ms. Madera also pulls materials from her involvement with the WIDA Consortium, which is the World-Class Instructional Design and Assessment Consortium, and its comprehensive research-based system of language standards, assessment, and professional learning. In terms of the classroom environment, Chadia oversees a calm and inviting learning environment. Her welcoming demeanor creates a sense of safety for our students with whom she works. Chadia has taught full classes and worked with students in small groups and one-on-one. In each of these settings, she has excelled. Her students are well represented in the decorations. Her forward-thinking pedagogical approach is well represented in the configuration of her classroom furniture. Ms. Madera's office highlights some of her strengths. You're immediately greeted by a positive quote on her clipboard decoration, and you can see an extensive library of resources and programs. It is very clear that Ms. Madera's office is open to everyone. You can pass by and see her collaborating with faculty, seeking out her expertise, or supporting students through a one-on-one conference. Ms. Madera's classroom environment and expectations are established through student informal interest inventories, informal learning style inventories, and communication with other classroom teachers. Students in her classroom learn in a safe environment. Ms. Madera upholds the PBIS expectations, positive behavior in schools, and students often meet them with her support. This is reinforced through her frequent communication with families. She also works closely with our counselors, social worker, and psychologists in providing responsive and sensitive instruction and behavioral interventions. Chadia succeeds because she sees and she supports the whole child. In the area of student engagement, Chadia's lessons are aligned to the New York State standards and are relevant and rigorous. She states clear content objective and language objectives. To support all learners, Chadia employs a variety of graphic organizers and instructional supports. In her whole class mini lessons, she provides personal stories, which serve as a model while making text connections and helping students establish a sense of community and rapport. Building on prior knowledge, Chadia lessons effectively boost our children's sense of self-efficacy. They own the material they learn, and their voices are represented in Ms. Madera's instruction. She promotes divergent thinking, encouraging out-of-the-box thinking in her well-organized lesson planning. Chadia uses project-based learning and a multisensory approach. This could look like students using their musical, theater, and artistic talents to demonstrate understanding of literature. As a co-teacher, Ms. Madera has a diverse toolbox. She utilizes the spectrum of co-teaching methods, flexible grouping, flip-flop station teaching. She develops modifications and accommodations to meet the needs of her learners. In the area of professional learning, she's reflective and a responsive educator. With her administrators, she engages in conversations about practice and theory. She works closely with her department chairperson, Ms. Mateo Toledo, in helping to plan ENL services district-wide. During the observation process, Ms. Madera is a thoughtful participant seeking information to help her grow as a teacher. Since Chadia joined our faculty, we've brought on new ENL teachers who Ms. Madera has helped to informally mentor and support. During Chadia's leave of absence, she was in close contact with her leave replacement, ensuring continuity of instruction. Ms. Madera maintains accurate and well-organized files and records. She's an important voice in CSE and 504 meetings. She maintains portfolios to track progress of students and uses that data to drive instruction and interventions. Chadia oversees and administers the NYSESTA exams. She actively monitors progress in reading, language, and comprehension skills every 6 weeks using running records and comprehension tests or assessments aligned to Common Core standards and reader rubrics. I'm almost done. Communication with parents is the core of Ms. Madera's productive partnership with families. She's bilingual in Spanish and English. This allows her to establish responsive and affirming relationships with our Hastings families. She ensures all families are informed and is an important part of our communication strategy with the parent community. Ms. Madera seeks out opportunities to grow as a professional. She was a member of our first training with Border Crossers, as I remember, now the New York Center for Racial Justice and Education, and she attended workshops on implicit bias. She attended workshops on language acquisition and learning disabilities, and continued on supporting language needs of students and communities with shifts in demographics. Chadi is a vocal and active participant in meetings, faculty, department, and team. She was a member of the MTSS Design Committee in 2018 and supported the work of our interventionist. She served on the committee for our review of Indicator 10A. Additionally, Ms. Madera volunteered for our multicultural book fair every year it's been held and is a close collaborator with the Race Matters Committee in bringing this important event to fruition. We are so lucky to have Ms. Madera on staff. We have benefited from her caring and kind work with our students and her collaborative efforts with our faculty and staff.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Gail. Is someone else? I thought I heard someone. Okay. That was wonderful. It is with great pleasure that I want to offer up a vote for Chadi Madera for tenure. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
All in favor? Congratulations, Chadia.
Thank you, Gail. Congratulations, Chadia.
So much. Thank you.
Okay, I think we lost you. Thank you, Chadia. Okay, great. So we'll keep moving with the contingency conversation. So we don't have to stay on this too long. I mean, I think the document's fairly self-explanatory. The one thing I wanted to ensure is just the board felt comfortable with this going out to the community. Obviously, this is not an official proposal. It's illustrative in nature, as is noted. Some things may change, but directionally, I think we want to feel that it's directionally, something that the board agrees with, even though it might not specifically be exactly what decisions are made if we get to that scenario.
Yeah, it looks fine.
Look, I just wanted to remind, as you spoke about the contingency budget, it appears right now, based upon Janine, if we are to need to adopt one, we would have to do that on June 10th. So, this will be our last board meeting, like you said, directionally, but this is in terms of just the timeline because of the shortened time frame with the whole budget process. And Janine had sent us something about that the budget has to be adopted within, I think, 20, because of the fact you have to send your tax warrants out and things like that, that was, so that would, at least based upon that, would require us to adopt our budget day after the vote, because that's what at least the communication about, looking at a board meeting. So if the budget passes, we adopt it June 10th, or you accept the vote, a positive vote, but then, and on the other side, if it's a negative vote, we have to adopt the contingent budget that evening too. So although it's not it is, there's not going to be another opportunity between, once we find out the outcome of the vote to the adoption, in which we would have to, say that we would, of course, tell you what those positions would be, but at that point, that would be it, right? Because there's not much, there's no other time.
Okay. I didn't realize it had to be the 10th.
Yeah, it's going to be clear that there's not going to be like, this is sort of why tonight it was important to have it there, because other than that, that's the adoption of the budget on June 10th is either to adopt it in its, a positive vote, or to adopt a contingency budget. From my understanding of Janine's email.
Well, no, what I said is that the board is supposed to meet within 24 hours to accept the results of the election. So if it's
accepting the results of the election, Janine, are adopting the budget.
Doesn't necessarily mean you're accepting the contingency budget.
Well, then you need to get a clarification, because accepting the outcome of the having a board meeting to accept the outcome is the adoption of the budget. That's what that means. So the adoption of the budget is why the board would meet, right? accepting the outcome of that is, typically it's a positive vote. And at that point, they accept the, votes, and then they move forward with creating, like we create the kind of warrant because of the time frame. So I don't know what other time, because the fiscal year starts July 1st. I'm just saying there, unless it would be July 15th, but it would be, if you're going to accept the election that evening, I would think you would.
I think the important thing, to me, the important thing is that people in the community understand that basically that we would adopt a contingency budget and that there wouldn't be the option to have another vote. I think that was what the confusion was, but almost more than some of the details, although I certainly think people need to know the details. But I think the confusion was that people thought we could have a revote.
Yeah, I mean, what our council has advised is that the board convene to accept the final results within 24 hours of receiving the results from the district clerk. So that's why the board is convening, to accept the final results of the vote.
Okay, so why don't we we'll have Maureen and Valerie, if you could just have specifics ready, we'll have it ready for that meeting. If in the intervening week and a half, a week and a day, whatever it is, between now and when the vote is counted, you find out something else, we can talk about it. But let's just make sure that we have specifics vis-a-vis this set of things here, laid out.
We will.
Okay. Janine, I'll just send you an updated one with just the coloring right on it, and then you can put it up on the website, and we can send it out to people. Okay. All right. Let's keep moving, unless someone's got something burning they want to say on that topic. Going once, going twice. Okay. Business items. Does anybody have any questions about the business items? Okay. Do I have a motion to approve business items 1 through 11?
Well, actually, I would like you to take out the item, is it 10 or 11, on inclusive schooling, and have that.
That's not in here anymore. That is in the new business. I don't think it is, right? I mean, is someone, am I missing that? I don't.
It's under new business. It's under new business.
It's under new business. It was taken out of the regular business items.
Right. So that's that. It's not in there, Jody, right now. It's under somewhere 6, 7D. It's 7D now. So this is 4, 1 through 11 that we're voting on.
So just to be clear, we're not voting to approve that tonight.
Well, we could, but it's just under a different section.
Okay.
So items 4A, 1 through 11, do I have a motion to approve these?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
All in favor? Okay. Did you get that, Janine?
Yeah, Allison and Sylvia.
Okay. Okay. 4B, placement for CSE and CPSC, placement services. Do I have a motion to approve these placements?
So moved.
Moved. Jody, second. Was it?
That's Lauren.
Yep, Jody. And Jody seconded. Okay, all in favor? Okay. It's 4C. Is there anything you want to point out about any of these, Maureen? The construction and transportation?
So just earlier, I think I had mentioned the we are accepting the bid for the boiler, we are rejecting and we're rebidding our roofing project. And then the transportation was a settlement and an extension for next year of our out-of-district provider that our Quad Village partners with each of our councils had worked through a settlement to kind of take care of the the change in the contract for this year, and then put us in a good position for next year. So we are moving forward with that settlement there to Royal Coach.
Okay. You said last meeting it was 40%. This says 35. Did we get a better deal somehow?
No, that was our in-district, Doug, and one was our out-of-district. So it was a different,
okay.
it was a little bit different because of the costs and yeah. So this is obviously a much larger contract. So it was better for us to, we negotiate a lower settlement.
Okay. Okay. Do I have a motion to approve? Does anyone have any questions about 1, 2, or 3 under 4C? Do I have a motion to approve items under 4C, 1, 2, 3?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Out. Okay. That was Lauren. Okay, all in favor? Okay. Okay, we did 5A, 5B, appointment. Does anyone have any questions about the appointment? Do I have a motion to approve Constance Liberatore? Okay. And a second?
I'm sorry,
Allison?
I missed that. Who was first and who was second?
Jody, Jody's first and Allison was second.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All in favor? Minutes from the 18th, May 18th. Anybody have any questions or changes to the minutes? Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from May 18th?
So moved.
Moved. And Allison second?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All in favor? Okay. 7A, data and security and privacy policy update. Is that something, Valerie?
Sure. So we're required by law, I mean, every school district to appoint, to do two things, appoint our data privacy officer, as well as adopt a data security and privacy policy. So the policy committee had a brief conversation because that was the work that we had started in February, but was discontinued or was put on pause as a result of us being out of school since March 18th. So this is just to state that, we'll bring forth a policy to adopt at the June 15th meeting. Our council will make sure that it's in, the tip-top shape. And what I did provide was some thoughts about the work that the data privacy officer would be engaged in, and that person, of course, is Melissa. So the appointment would be, as an officer similar to like Title IX or those kinds of officers. So she'd be in charge, and it's someone who's not a part of the technology department per se, but someone in Melissa's role who has, data responsibilities, systems responsibilities, and she does oversee, the instructional school management or school achievement information and working with Lyric, and is the person who is looking closely to make sure that every software application that we are allowing teachers to use is EdLaw 2D compliant. So So this is just sort of a preamble to a policy coming forth at the June 15th board meeting.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. And the data protection officer? Do you want to?
That was what I mentioned earlier.
That was
that person would be Melissa Szymanski.
Okay.
And as I said, some attached documents that provide explanation as to what the data privacy officer would be engaged in.
Okay. Chromebook distribution plan?
That would be, Maureen?
No, excuse me, did I miss something on B? Were we doing an action on the data protection officer?
I think you should be, Janine, right? It's
Oh,
an
there
action
is?
item,
We're
correct?
supposed to be
This is something,
appointing
this is
Melissa.
actual
You're appointing
appointment?
her.
Okay. Okay. Do I have a motion to approve Melissa Szymanski as the data protection officer?
So moved.
And a second? Okay. Allison, all in favor? Okay. Chromebook distribution plan.
Yeah, so basically, this is just an update, and it is related, obviously, to the current situation we're in, but also thinking about next year. So obviously, we're in the process of developing our reentry plan, but as one of the items, whether if we are in school in September, that is a definite thing that we can potentially take care of up front. And I think it makes a lot of sense to do so, is to move currently in the middle school and at the 4th grade level, where they do use the Chromebooks quite a bit more, not necessarily at the younger level. In each classroom, in those grade levels, there's a Chromebook card assigned to each classroom. And so a child could conceivably, throughout their day, and I guess in a 9-period day, they could touch 9 different Chromebooks in the carts in their classrooms in the middle school, for an example. We have enough Chromebooks because of the way we have that current model. The amount of Chromebooks outnumbers the amount of students, right? Because in having a Chromebook card assigned to each classroom, it's actually more Chromebooks than if you would just assign to each person. But thinking about the problems related to that and students having to get them off and wipe each one down, we started to think it would be much more practical because especially at the middle school and the 4th grade and where they're using them often, to start taking the Chromebook cards and creating a distribution plan and assigning a Chromebook to each student. And we've had a good amount of requests for people to borrow Chromebooks, but this one really is related to, the impracticality of them having to share, like touch 9 different Chromebooks throughout their instructional day. So we would like to move forward with doing that and putting that in place so that also students could, we would be looking to distribute those between now and the end of school, like putting together because we actually create a sheet and assign the Chromebooks to different students. And if the board felt that was a good idea to move forward with that, that plan. It may not be, a one-to-one initiative forever, but I think in light of everything, it makes sense. And this way, if we weren't back in September, we would have the technology in people's hands, similar to what we do at the high school. So that's what we wanted to share with you this evening.
Any questions about that? Sorry if I missed, was there a cost involved?
No, so we currently have the technology, but I think it's it's different in terms of what we've instituted at the high school, but this is really I mean, beyond the fact that people are using them, we found that not everybody does have one, but I think it's really related to the idea that we could get this distribution out of the way in advance of September. And this way, too, if students would need them over the summer, if there was a delay in us returning in September, the students will already have their technology in place. So we can kind of start that process now. And that's really the thinking behind it. And then, get the Chromebooks. But it's a similar process. So there's no additional cost in doing that. I mean, right now, in any time, it's part of our overall technology plan, but we do have the inventory, we can support it, and there is no additional cost. But I think it makes sense in light of thinking about the way they're being currently used in fourth through eighth grade in particular.
Okay. Is there anything, do we have to?
And we don't have to purchase anymore. We have enough, so.
Okay. Is there an action the board's got to vote on for this, or do we have to?
No, I think it was just it's because
Okay,
it's
and
different than
information.
we've done. So it's
Got it.
more just informational, and then just to kind of say that would be the plan unless there was a problem. And again, different from the high school plan, but related to like the current situation that we're in.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, the inclusive schooling professional learning plan. Valerie and Melissa.
Yes, so this is in response to the review that Inclusive Schooling did. And so it's specifically designed to build the capacity of the members of the faculty. And there would be a number of different professional learning opportunities that total $29,747 that would be paid for out of the Title IIA funds entirely. And so the first is why inclusion? And so this is really around setting the stage for moving forward in a more increasingly inclusive direction. And when we're thinking about the shift that's happening with the offerings and thinking about common understandings of inclusive education, it would be 3 1.5-hour workshops. And so the dates that are scheduled currently, and I know there's some discussion around this, currently we have dates scheduled for the 5th, the 8th, and the 12th. Then the next piece would be around inclusion facilitator coaching. So Dr. Jenna Rufo would be providing a coaching session with the inclusion facilitator to address roles and responsibilities, navigating the role of agent of change, supporting colleagues in a coaching role, accommodations and mods, and behavior support. So really building the capacity of the inclusion facilitator, and that would be over 8 different sessions. The next is co-teaching, and this is a 1.5-hour co-teaching introductory course. And that would be provided for people who may be co-teaching partnerships, along with 3 follow-up sessions over the course of the year. And you'll also see that there are books included there. And it's 30 days to the co-taught classroom. And then finally, for the 12th Annual Summer Leadership Institute, it's 3 full days of interactive workshops that take place. And it's really thinking about building the capacity of the leaders in the system and thinking about how to really rethink education and make sure that it's inclusive for all, especially for students with disabilities. But as Tesfa said earlier in the board meeting, that this work is really for all students, not just for targeting students with disabilities. So that would be something that is specific to the work that inclusive schooling also does.
Questions and comments from the board?
Well, I think that the board members know that I have already raised some concerns about this. And there are 2 things I just want to put out there. One is that I do have some concerns about the cost, about what turns out to be the hourly rate that's being charged. That's a money piece. But the other thing that I was just thinking about is, I guess I have to question the timing of this, to have these things that are happening over the next few weeks, introducing this new thing, which I think could be very useful for teachers going forward. But I have to say that it just seems to me that we're kind of at the end of 3 really difficult, exhausting months. I think people are exhausted, people are spent, people need a break. And I just wonder, is this really the best time to be asking teachers to step up and to do this right now? Or especially if we're going to plan to spend this much money, is it really the best way and the best time to be to do it and to provide it. And, maybe people think so, but I just, judging from everybody that I know, people that I work with at the medical school, I think I have questions about that.
Well, the reason why we want to do it while teachers are in school, Jody, is that it would cost us another $15,000 if we provided this over the summer. So we realize the learning is important. It's close to when the report was shared with the Farragut Middle School faculty. So this professional learning is for every faculty member there, every member of the who's not only teachers but related services. So about 55 professionals would be engaged in this. So if we, so we certainly realize that we're trying to conserve resources as well, and we can't spend what we don't have, so we don't have another $15,000 in our Title II-A grant to pay teachers over the summer. The other issue is, as you know, Jody, once your school year is over, there are no obligations, for anyone to participate in anything over the summer. And so then you don't get to all 55, and then you have to spend more time when the school year starts trying to then, figure out a time to offer this, which then means, trying to find time, taking away time from instruction. So this is the best of all the types of options that are available. And, this is 1.5 hours, so it's not like the teachers are sitting, all day. So it's from 8:30 to 10, 8:30 to 10. There's one session this week, and then there's another 2 1.5-hour sessions on 2 different days the following week. So we felt that it was important because we, after all, have invested in the program review, and we want to make sure that we remain committed to providing the supports for teachers, so that we're not looking at another year where the kinds of improvements that we know we need to make aren't made, and then our teachers then are blamed somehow for not doing it. But if and at least in this way, we're providing some learning that they can work on over the summer and think about, and through the efforts of Lauren, Tespa, and Melissa can perhaps continue to think about and read, since they have books that they're going to have. The best way to approach that is not, with individuals reading the book, but to have, book studies, with those educators around some of those ideas that, they're learning about, or that they're adding to their current knowledge base. So that's the overarching rationale for why we feel it's necessary to do it, while we still have teachers here, and don't lose out any opportunities not to get them all over the summer, and to pay the rate to have them engaged in this over the summer.
I understand what you're saying, Valerie, and a lot of it makes sense to me. I guess the only question I was asked is whether the teachers were asked about, did we get any input from teachers about whether they're would like to be doing that at this point?
I think that, it's all about what we think is of importance for not only for them, Jeff, but not only for the teachers, but for the students. So, I probably would get about, 55 different answers to when people would want to have this professional learning take place. So if we value it, it's not like we're asking, the teachers to extend their day by, to conduct their continuous learning, and then, spend another 1.5 hours doing this. So I don't think it's a lot to ask of professionals to take 90 minutes of a day to add to their repertoire of skills. I would say no if it was more than 90 minutes, but I think it's reasonable for to expect for professionals to engage in this learning.
One question I have is,
I just say,
yeah.
I say one thing around this. I think the professional learning, the concept behind it, seems very sound. I think the idea of 90 minutes is not too much to ask, and certainly understanding the need to get teachers involved while they're still here. I guess the one thing that does really genuinely strike me is that if this proposal was put in front of me a year ago, I probably wouldn't even give it a second look. I feel like we just spent the better part of the last 4.5 hours talking about money. And it just seems frankly like a lot. And I guess what I'm just wondering is, we were talking about, things to renegotiate in the budget contract not more than 2 hours ago. Have we asked Inclusive Schooling if this is their best offer in terms of pricing at, the equivalent of about $2,300 an hour? Presumably this is going to be done remotely, these, June dates. Are they working with us at all to say, we recognize this is not exactly the optimal environment in which we would typically like to do this. We recognize, I suspect it's possible that other clients of theirs are dropping off as they all grapple with the same significant budget cuts we are. I'm just wondering whether or not we're getting the best price as opposed to the efficacy of the work.
We can certainly go back to them, but we've been back to them twice already, with that same, approach. Is this the best that we can do? Is there any other way that we can manage the expenses? And of course, we went into this with, negotiating, the best option possible. I mean, of course, these are professionals having done this work and having not only taught at, Syracuse University, but, we're paying for lots and lots of expertise, and, not only the expertise, but, they are the authorities. I mean, this is someone who's, there are not very many people at all doing this kind of work. So I would, I respect their expertise, and I certainly know that, anyone looking at this, maybe this is because it's educators and we don't, and we're not accustomed to sort of seeing what the cost would be if we were getting high quality professional learning for, for our educators who deserve that. We certainly can go back and ask, if there's are there any other options for, because we're participating in this, at least for now, in the virtual world. I know that they certainly offer workshops, fairly large ones. I think there was one going on recently where it was, it's across the country since it can be done virtually. There were like 30,000 people on that in that one course. So, they are reaching. I don't know if that's, to me, I mean, it was shocking to me that they had that, that many people, in that model, but, that's the kind of work that they're doing. So I think that's also suggestive of, the demand for, school districts. So we can go back, Tim, and certainly ask.
And Valerie, and let me just say one thing, which is, I guess, the reason I'm asking, right, is because we're in the midst of a pretty contentious budget vote, and I think everybody recognizes the importance of getting this budget passed. And I just think, like, as a trustee, hearing some dialogue that sort of went followed the following path of, this is where they are typically. This is, recognizing the circumstances that we're all collectively struggling with. This is the number that they came in with. This is why we think this is a good and reasonable deal for the district. It just helps, it just helps the process of saying, okay, good. We've done our fiduciary responsibility to both deliver PD for a direction that the district's going, and we've at the same time done it with, the most diligent approach to minimizing costs. And that's why I'm asking, right? So if there's a way to go back and just say, cut us some break because we're all under significant pressure, and then you're able to communicate that to us in really short order, it just makes it easier, for me to talk to communicate with people around why this budget vote is important, and not a penny of taxpayer money is being wasted. That's my thought process around this.
And just so that you know, we did look into using BOCES to share costs with other districts who are also, using inclusive schooling. But our BOCES does not, two things, the Putnam Northern Westchester BOCES does not have a contract with her until January. And then even if we did get a contract, we can't use federal dollars, which is what we're using. We're using the federal Title IIA grant, which is specifically for professional learning. So we couldn't use that Title IIA grant for anything else. Like we couldn't, apply it to a particular, budget line that we're trying to restore. So we are using it, responsibly. It's a matter of, this has been sort of like the Achilles heel of the system. And now we have an opportunity, but we will go back and ask as year. It doesn't hurt to ask, so we'll go back and ask again. If there's a way to come down on that.
One question
just on that
had,
topic,
that was in
maybe Melissa said this and I just wasn't paying attention, but okay, the federal grant money is how much?
So this year we have, I'm just pulling up the exact number for you. For 2A, it's $21,113. That's this year. And then we do have some carryover funds that we could apply that would cover the balance.
Okay, so it's literally almost entirely, it's virtually entirely, it's federal grant money.
It's covered. Yeah, the only thing I have to double check is the books, but yes, everything is covered. Everything else is covered.
And then what would alternative typical spend be for federal grant money? Like if it wasn't this, other alternatives would typically be what?
So for example, Gravity Goldberg could be covered under federal grant. So any kind of professional learning that is going towards directly building the capacity of members of the faculty.
Yeah, so that money's earmarked specifically for this. So that takes one level of the dissonance around this out, with earmarked money that is being used specifically for professional development. So I think if you're able to come back and say, look, we have with 100% good faith pushed them to show us their best price, I'm okay with it.
Let me ask one question, Valerie. On the, when did we get this quote? Was this from before March? I mean, is this quote based on them factoring in travel and people on site? Because that's a pretty reasonable ask to go back and say, look, this is virtual. You don't have to travel. You don't have to. Was this quote from before March?
No, because there was no professional learning quote because the program review hadn't been completed. So now, the professional learning is based upon the implementing learning to support the recommendations that came out of the report. So there was nothing about travel. Actually, when we issued the RFP, we were still in school, but we certainly didn't have any thoughts, since again, the program review hadn't been completed, so we had no real thoughts about what that would be in terms of what the recommendations were for professional learning. So none of that is involved. But it is what, as I said, school districts, have used her. Somers has used her, used inclusive schooling. So there are districts that are, looking at the same sorts of issues. And which is why we were trying to go through the Putnam, through one of the BOCES, so that we could, if several districts were using inclusive schooling, then we all would get a reduction in the rate in which could be charged. And then at the end of the school year, each district would receive a reimbursement from participating in that cost sharing agreement through BOCES, which they're required to do. So in the absence of that, as I said, because we can't use the federal funds for this particular service if we were going through BOCES, so we lose out on that portion of it. But certainly in terms of for 55, 55 people who are participating in this, if we were, to divide that by the amount that it costs for these, I think it would be, pretty reasonable that, if we wanted to send a teacher to a workshop, it would cost a bit more. If they were going to like a standard workshop, certainly one that didn't require any travel other than perhaps to drive to, someplace local. But we will look and we will go back and ask how there, whether there can be other concessions, given the current climate.
I just wanted to ask if it's a falsehood to think about the numbers in terms of an hourly rate, or is this truly more of a wraparound kind of professional learning experience?
It is.
It
I mean,
is.
there are multiple components to this. So, you're reaching a lot of different people in a lot of different kinds of roles. You're thinking about the transitioning inclusion facilitator and building that person's capacity, who will then be working with the adults in the system. You're thinking about the co-teaching partnership. So that work's going to look a little bit differently. So, I mean, you can certainly think about it in two different ways, but it is, if you look at all of the different layers of how they're working with the system, it is more of like a multi-tiered approach.
So I'm clear. If we vote tonight here, we're voting on the $29,000 proposal, which will be covered almost entirely by the grant. You'll go back and see if you can get a better price. But we would have to give authorization tonight to move forward with the idea that you'd go back and look for that, but we'd have to give the authorization. What does the board think about that? No, not everyone wants to vote for it, but does everyone feel comfortable with that, I guess is the better question.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna just speak my piece. I know obviously I'm not gonna speak for the board. I'm comfortable with it in concept. I'm gonna abstain from my vote on this right now because I do want to just see what the final pricing looks like. I think we will get there, but I think they have to acknowledge that, wraparound or not, $2,300 an hour is a lot, and we need something better than that. So I'm not voting no, but I'm gonna abstain from my vote. I would like to see, just a price point that seems more consistent with PD that I've seen. I recognize their expertise. So that's my take on it, and hopefully that doesn't. Well, I'll let everyone else vote their thought process, and we'll see where it shakes out if we need to do something different in terms of getting the this week June PD implemented.
It's Janine. I want to ask Maureen if they can do a vote on this, and then, because you're voting on a specific contract that's presented with numbers, do I have to amend it somehow if they take a vote on it?
Maureen might be on mute.
Well, no, I'm sorry. So I guess it depends. Are you voting? I mean, it's a proposal. You can vote on components of the proposal and then the minutes can reflect that, right? There's a proposal that's broken down into different buckets. So I think if you're saying you're moving forward with the PD that is the first one, which is the 5th, and whatever it's date sensitive, then you can certainly move forward with that PD with either the understanding that that rate would stay, but will or be less than, right? I mean, that's not to exceed like that amount, I guess, would be the language. And I'm not sure if there's anything else, Melissa and Valerie, that would need to be voted on this evening in order to occur prior to the next board meeting. Is it just the top? Is it just the first kind of piece of it?
It would be the Y inclusion and the co-teaching.
Those are the only two.
Yeah, so I think it would be accepting that, right? The Y inclusion and the co-teaching. And then obviously, but then with, because I think right now, in order to approve it, you know, like if the rate isn't to change, you know, the idea is that it would still move forward, I guess, right? Like that or not. I mean, it depends on what the direction you're saying. You know, I think Tim said to, you know, negotiate it, but you know, and that would be the idea, but if it were not to change, you would have to at least adopt it not to exceed whatever the current amount is, I would imagine, you know, something like that.
Well, that makes up 25, 26. I mean, that kind of makes up most of it. Right. So, I mean, let me ask this. So I'm in favor of voting for it. I think that I like Tim's idea about going back and look for the price. I think moving forward with this, you know, we made a commitment as a district, I mean, as a board, given a lot of discussion and feedback to move in this direction. This group is, you know, I think is highly trained. I think, you know, the district's already spent a fair amount of time with them. And I believe they were at Syracuse when Tessa and Laura went there. Has been very impressed with them. So I think there's value, and I certainly understand the perspective of, you know, things cost money, and this is significant. But I do think that it aligns with so many of the values and things we've been talking about for at least since I've been on the board for several years. And so I'm inclined to vote for it. Let me just get a sense. If we said, I think at this point we should just vote for the whole thing because it really only pulls like $2,000 out of it. But if we said voting for this contract at 29.7, not to exceed 29.747, with the understanding that Valerie's going to go back and try to renegotiate, let's just see kind of who would be in favor of voting for that positively tonight. I say that I would be.
I would be.
Jeremy, Lauren, Doug. Okay, so there's only three. Who would be in favor of voting positively for just Y inclusion and co-teaching? Okay.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
all we're asking for is the
Okay.
inclusion and what is inclusion and the co-teaching. That's all we're asking for.
Okay, so let me just word this so it's accurately captured right now. So do I have a motion to approve two elements of this inclusive schooling professional learning proposal, which are Y inclusion and the co-teaching elements? Currently, they are at 10,000 plus 14,000 plus 1,600, with the assumption and expectation not to exceed those dollar amounts, but the understanding that Valerie will go back and try to renegotiate this, given the current environment that we're in, to get a lower price. We have a motion for all of that I just said.
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
All in favor?
I'm gonna have to take a roll call. I can't see. So,
Okay.
Jeremy Arnon,
Yes.
Allison Andrus,
Yes.
Doug Sondheim,
Yes.
Bear,
I'm going to abstain, thank you.
Jody Meyer,
No.
Sylvia Robles,
Yes.
Lauren Berman,
Yes.
and I missed someone.
No, I think you got everyone.
Got everybody.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, right. Jeremy said yes. Okay. Mhm.
Okay. Okay, and you'll come back to us with an update on that, Valerie. So thank you for everyone
Sure
putting
enough.
this together.
Thank you. We'll
Okay.
reach out to them tomorrow.
Second public comment.
Would anyone like to comment from the public?
This is Toby Linder. I guess I'd like to make a comment, although I have a small audience. It was more for the general public. I live at 13 Mariana Drive. I just wanted to clarify something about the cuts made in the original budget. My instinct from watching every meeting is that pretty much every meeting, every minute of every meeting, is that if the budget is defeated, none of these cuts that were previously made would be reinstated. And in fact, the document you put up today shows more cuts, including 1 to 1.5 more full-time equivalent staff cuts. I feel like there's some misinformation out there. A lot of people are saying if you're against these cuts, vote down the budget. And maybe I'm missing something, but I think that if the budget is defeated, there only will be more cuts. And I just want to make sure that I fully understand that, and that the public fully understands that there's slim to no chance of anything previously cut being reinstated, especially since what they were talking about, potentially you have to have a contingency budget the next day. I'm not sure about that timing, but I just wanted to make sure that what I think is right is right. And yeah, that was it. Thank you.
I can just answer that quickly, which is it's certainly, given the conversations we've had here tonight and the timing, would stand to reason that that would be accurate, what you've portrayed, Toby.
Thanks.
Okay.
Hi, hi.
Okay,
It's Jennifer Justin, 140 Fairmont Avenue. I just wanted to thank the board who voted for inclusive schooling. I think that this is, as Doug said, really quite the moment of, I'm so tired, like the pivot point where we go from having all of these many discussions about what really needs to change for children in the school to providing concrete professional development that will help move our wonderful educators to where we need them to be to educate all of our children. So thank you for sticking with it and for voting yes tonight.
Thank you, Jen.
I would just like to, oh, go ahead. Sorry. It's Lisa Eggert-Lippin. I wasn't planning on talking, but I heard Toby's comment, and thank you so much for that, Toby. I just wanted to clarify, if there is a contingency budget, and say the vote no is based primarily on the elimination of the science position, is there anything that would stop the board from, say, using another 100,000 from reserve, reinstating the science position, and having the other cuts be from, say, what contingency requires, like non-essential construction projects, non-essential raises, and other things that are away from the classroom? I guess what I'm asking is there any way that the science position, are you saying there's no way under the law to reinstate that, or could you by potentially using more reserves? And I don't want to hear the rationale about, well, you don't want to use it as a one-time thing, but I'm just saying, is the potential there to do that?
Maureen, do you have, I don't think it's a legal issue. Maureen, do you have?
I mean, yes, I guess anything is possible. Like you could do that. I think, yes. So that would be the answer. I think the reality of when you have a negative vote, and this is where, I mean, it seems pretty clear they won't allow us to go for a re-vote. But there's so many factors. Without a full exit poll, you may not even know what would have potentially. I would imagine if the vote was mostly negative, now this is just a guess, I would think it would be more to do with increased taxes than anything. I don't know if we'd be able to parse out and put together a budget if there was like a one line item, at least I get your line of thinking that was extremely clear. I guess you could, potentially add that back in. And to your point, the things that have to come out will come out because they're required to do so. So that's where, like in those lines, those things would be removed. But I don't know in terms of that particular position or any particular piece of that budget, what maybe the one item for anybody would be really difficult to know to make that kind of determination in putting back up a contingent budget. That would be the only, thought I have on it. I don't know.
Right, but it could be, it could be a decision that the board makes to put it back in.
For one position, and also the one position would be more like 150 or 60,000 rather than 100. So yes, you could do it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other Board of Ed comments, Jody?
Yeah, I already turned into a pumpkin, but I'm going to say this anyway. I just want to respond in terms of my vote, my no vote, and this is to Jen Destin, but to everybody on the board and in the audience, that my no vote is not about not wanting children, all children, to have their needs met, to get the education, to have the education that they're entitled to, that every child is entitled to that. Nor is it about not wanting to have teachers trained to provide the best education they can. My vote is about the cost, the rate that we are spending, the rate that we are agreeing to, the hourly rate, which, as I said to all of you, I find to be exorbitant. And that's what my no vote is about.
Other Board of Ed comments? I'll share just one thought on the, the point about voting on the current budget. I think that, I can share myself, but I think I can echo what I think a lot of board members have shared and felt, which is a real commitment to, in the case of the two programs I think that were affected, which is world language and science, a real commitment to bringing back as early as possible some of those programs, and that it will be somewhat more difficult to do that in a contingency budget. And so I think that there's a commitment on the part of myself and this board. I mean, I've got a fourth grader going in fifth grade who's going to be impacted by the world language cut, but I think a contingency budget makes it a more difficult environment for us to be able to do that, but certainly understand why people might have some desires to vote no. I think that that the idea of bringing cuts back is probably going to be a tougher one to do. So I'll just share that thought.
I'm going to actually, Doug,
Yep, go ahead.
I just want to piggyback you, and I know we only have 24 people left on this. In this kind of environment, I wonder whether or not we shouldn't speak earlier in the meeting. I just want to say, and I've said this to some people privately, I want to say to anybody that is still listening or sees this, it's some time between now and June 9th. I'll just share my personal opinion. Even though I've been, I think, somewhat contentious around different parts of this budget and the formulation of the budget, I do feel deeply strongly about voting against this budget, whether it's because you don't like X or you don't like Y as a taxpayer, you're not happy with the overall tax rates of living in Southern Westchester or what have you. It is absolutely, in my opinion, the wrong decision as it pertains to our students. The board has worked for weeks and weeks and weeks to come up with, through a democratic process, a budget that fits our means. Everybody has something to be upset about. We're not going to go in and reformulate the way in which we fund the school because the budget goes down. Things that are gone are not realistically coming back if the budget doesn't pass. It's just going to translate to additional cuts that impact students. I cannot emphasize that enough. If this budget doesn't pass, the losers aren't the people that wanted it to pass, and the winners are the people that wanted it to not pass, or vice versa. The losers are the students. If you see me in town, I will say the same thing over and over again. So I've lived here for, at this point, I don't know, 12 years. I have not felt more strongly that it's imperative that this budget pass, because it's already been so hard for students with distance learning. It's hard on teachers with distant teaching. Going back and being reintroduced to the schools is going to be incredibly hard. And to go and have a budget not pass and take away additional teachers and specials and otherwise is just such an absolute and complete slap in the face of our students. I mean, I have to stop now because I'll start getting pretty upset about it. But, you know, whether it's these words are echoed by others that are still here and that gets the message out, or whether it's people see this in the future before the 9th, I can't say it more strongly. The only losers if we don't pass this budget is our students. Thank you.
Beautifully said.
Do I have a motion to close the meeting? Jeremy, so moved.
Yeah.
Okay, and a second. Lauren? Okay, all in favor? Okay, thanks everyone. Good night.
Right.
Good night.
Good night.